talking, so I'll log in.
Okay.
How are you?
How
Oh, all right.
Feeling better?
Oh, it's getting there.
Did you bring the plastic cover thing you're gonna sit inside so you don't cough on me?
Nope. I got an idea though. Watch this. Get over that one. Man, this is.
I need to get a stamp.
Did they tell you what it is?
No, you get your electronic and then you have to sign it. That's the first time, isn't it?
Well,
I guess
and so the pollen's flying like crazy.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and get started. Is that okay? It's 6 o'clock and I will start the work session and I will turn the floor over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council. Tonight for our work session, we will do a review of our rate proposals on all the rates and the fees that the city charges. So on January 30th, we had a rate study special meeting with the council in which we went through all the different funds and the rates that they charged. And at that time, we had recommendations in there as to what we would recommend. And so what we have done is we have put those recommendations onto a sample resolution that has the existing rates in black and then the ones that have changed in red next to it. And so tonight what we will do is we'll just go through a review of those again. And we can have any discussion that the council would like to have on any of these rate increases. And we will focus on the ones that have changed or that we have proposed an increase to. I will say, right now, everything that we will talk about on the resolution is in accordance with what is in the book. There has not been any changes to that. We don't have anything in the resolution that alters anything that was a recommendation that was made in the book. So,
So the resolution will be the red lined copy?
it's the red line copy.
Okay.
So the red is going to be the proposed change. The number next to it's the existing. And if everything, and if there is not a red number, it means that we have not asked or proposed an increase in those areas.
Okay.
So starting off on Appendix A, the first item listed there is our CATS bus. And what we have proposed is an increase in the per ride in the CATS bus from 50 cents per ride to $2 a ride. And then we've also proposed that we create a new line item for the CATS bus for senior members that ride the bus. We would propose $1.50 per ride on that. If you look down, we've proposed a $50 fee increase to the solid waste hauler license to the annual license from $250 to $300, and that's just to cover administrative costs with filing that and reviewing those applications. Under the liquor licenses, we have proposed that the annual renewal for a retail license be increased from $1,000 to $1,500. And where we came up with $1,500 is that the state, in their state statute, has a range that we can charge for liquor licenses, the range, and they have increased that range to $1,500. So we just want to follow suit with the state. Restaurant, liquor licenses annual, we likewise would propose from 1,000 to 1,500 on the restaurant license. Under the bar and grill, the initial fee through the application and all, we propose that we go from 1,500 to 5,000. And then on the annual renewal, we go from 1,500 to 2,000 on that. And then we also have an annual amount for a bottle club, and we just recommend that that be removed from the schedule.
Is there a reason why the increase is so much more for bar and grill?
Do you remember, Lynn?
The state sets those fees, and that's what they recommend setting the fees.
Okay, so that's another one of
It's
the
a statute.
state's
It's
recommendations.
a Wyoming statute. I can get you the number if you would like that number.
If you can email it to me, that'd be great.
Okay.
Okay, and then we have a series of daily fees for the malt beverage permit, a catering permit, and an open container permit. And on all three of those, we propose that it be increased from $10 daily to $25 daily. And that increase there again goes to process the applications that we receive on those. And then we have a special event application where we usually have a street closure. We would propose that that also be increased from the $10 current fee to $25 per event. Through the administrative fees, we reviewed those. Seems like about December timeframe, we looked at those and altered those. So there are no proposed changes at this time. The impound fee, we propose be increased from $8 to $15 per day. And the administration fee, in addition to the actual towing fee, we propose an increase from $15 to $20. Also included in the administrative fees in Appendix A, we have our animal licenses. And we propose that a breeder kennel annual fee go from $500 to $100. The business kennel be increased from $10 to $100. And the hobby kennel annual fee be increased from $10 to $20.
Tom,
Yes.
the breeder kennel was $50 to $100, not $500 to $100.
That's right. I'm sorry, $50 to $100.
I thought we're going backwards till I read it.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Under the animal licenses permits, for wild animals, domestic fowl, bees, exotic pets, we propose that the annual fee go from $10 to $25. And then the corral permits for the livestock per lot in the Glen edition be increased from 10 to 15
And that's per lot, not per animal?
per lot.
Okay.
Yeah, if there's animals on the lot. Under animal control fees, we recommend that the impound quarantine fee for both dogs and cats, the daily fee be increased from $12 to $15. The pickup fee for dogs and cats, the daily fee be increased from 10 to 12. The adoption fee for cats, or for dogs per animal, be increased from $40 to $50. The adoption fee for cats be increased per animal from $25 to $35. And the surrender fee for dogs or cats per animal be increased from $25 to $35. So that is a summary of the changes that we've proposed in Appendix A. Is there any questions on any of those?
Tom, the question I have is, let me get back up to it just a little. It said $15 a day for impound fee, $20 administration fee in additional to actual towing. What is being towed to the impound yard, or is it for stuff being in like an investigation purposes on that aspect of things? Or is it like derelict vehicles, stuff like that? What is that about?
I believe that is derelict vehicles that we're hauling.
No, we're not. The only vehicles that we really bring to our own. Thank you. The only vehicles that we really take to our own impound lot are for evidence reasons.
Okay, so it's investigative purposes, pretty much. I was gonna say, because why would we even use our impound yard for anything other than that? We should just contract that out, and derelict vehicles can go somewhere else and they can charge their own rates. That's my assumption.
So derelict vehicles that we tag on the street are towed by the sheriff's department.
By the sheriff's department?
Correct.
Why are they towed by the sheriff's department and we are not contacting and towing them ourselves within the municipal city limits?
State law.
State law allows us to make that also, right? We can have a derelict vehicle towed as a municipality.
No, I'm pretty sure the state law says the sheriff's departments are in charge of towing the vehicles.
I thought they were only in charge of the auction.
My
Because
understanding
the city
is,
used to impound them and auction them, but then it changed and the auctions had to be run by the sheriff.
pretty sure the towing as well. So when we tag a vehicle that's derelict on the city streets, we then send notification to the sheriff's department, and they are the ones responsible for towing.
Honorable Mayor.
Yes.
Panita,
Yes,
can we get clarification on that, please?
yes, I'm in the process of looking that up right now.
Should be in 15-1-103.
Right, I was looking to see first the applicable city limits.
If that's the case, then we're gonna have to rely heavily on a beautification that we've taken on to clean up our city and throughout our neighborhoods. And it's not been done like that in the past. For years, it was not done just by the sheriff's department. They control stuff on a county road or a highway that's left beside, and the city had the other options of having those towed. So how would we as a municipality have to rely on the Carbon County Sheriff's Office to tow something off of our city streets and work in cooperation with them when we just need to get stuff taken care of?
I don't disagree with you. Let me find the exact state law.
I did hear on the radio that they're having problems in some of these smaller towns that the sheriff cannot enforce city ordinances.
They can't.
And so a lot of these parking violations that we have that are cars that are out of, parked there for, in wrong way and out of date license plates and such like that, those are city ordinances. So maybe that's why it's not getting done, because some of them have been there forever.
Right. Why don't we, if it's okay with all of you, move on while I work with the city attorney to pull up the state law?
Yeah, please, because I want to know some more about that, and we need to, if that's the case, then we need to work on our own ordinances to make sure that can be implemented, because I'm sure we could do that.
Let me get some better info for you. I'll get back to you, okay?
Thanks.
Okay, so those are the proposed changes in Appendix A, which is the administrative fees. Appendix B is the fees charged for our building department. And there are very few on changes in Appendix B that we propose. The first is as an apprentice. On the initial time that they apply for their license, We currently charge $10 for that initial application, and we propose that we change that to 15 so that that is consistent with the journeyman license.
For carpenters, electricians, plumbers, what?
Yes, any type of an apprentice,
Okay.
which would be all of the
Trades.
trades.
Okay, thanks.
Under the other inspection and fees, the inspections outside of normal business hours, there's a minimum charge of 1 hour. We propose that that be increased from $40 per hour to $60 per hour. And that is, since it's outside normal business hours, it's usually overtime, and that would be the overtime premium that we would charge there. And then inspections for which no fee is specifically indicated, again, a minimum charge of 1 hour. That, the current fee is $25 per hour, and we propose that that be increased to $40 per hour. Those are the only 3 changes that we propose under Appendix B for the building department. Any questions on Appendix B? Appendix C is the building permits. We propose 3 changes be made. The first to the street cut permit, which is currently $25. We propose that that be increased to $325 for the permit. And then we also propose that this increase include a 25 cent per square foot that needs to be replaced. And the reason for this is that it can be billed initially when they apply, instead of waiting till after the project's done and then to send the bill, so that we can bill that early with the 25 cent per square foot. Demolition, we've proposed that that be increased from 25 to 50. And then on a mobile home setup fee, we propose that that be increased from $100 to $125. Those are the changes in Appendix C for building permits.
The 325, is that another one where the state has,
I don't think that's a state one.
so why the big increase
So-
from 25 to 325?
So right now, no matter the size of the street cut, we've only charged 25.
Okay.
So we can-
So when we were looking at this, I was just looking at towns about our size around Rawlins, and this is what they do to kind of take care of the billing process. And the 325 is basically for the manpower and the equipment, and the 25 cents a foot is basically material costs. And then that way it takes the wait time off of customers for whenever the street department gets around to fixing that particular street cut. Because as they come out throughout the winter and summertime, they get put on a list, and it could be quite considerable time before we send a bill out. And we've had it in the past where residents are very unhappy about getting a bill a long time from when it was actually done, so.
Okay,
They have to pay up front, basically.
right.
It's just helping out the process.
Councilman
That's all
Weisenberg?
us, that one.
I just want to make sure I understand what you just said too, because it's going from $25 to $325 is what's proposed for the street cut permit, and all the permit covers is,
Is the actual permit and then the manpower, the average manpower and equipment.
so
we usually charge
normally we do the street cuts when there's a sewer or a water or a sewer line
No, they
being
have-
replaced, right? The contractor cuts the street. So
Yeah.
we're charging a $325 fee to have a contractor go cut up, and it don't take manpower.
No.
I'm sorry, I don't want to argue.
fix
it. It takes manpower to fix it. But we charge, correct? Don't we charge for the asphalt being laid down at that point in time too? We charge that in the end fee of when they repair the street cut, not
So
prior.
once they do the street cut, we measure it, and that is added to, well, when they pull the permit, there would be a square, how many square feet are you gonna cut out? And we're at that 25 cents for material. But there's a $25 for just anybody, contractor, to do a street cut. The $300 is for the hours for the employees and the equipment.
To
fix
repair it.
To repair it, for
But-
us to repair it.
They're just charging in, up front.
I get that,
instead
I
of
get
out
that.
back.
But sometimes maybe your street cut's gonna cost more than $325 to fix.
Well, that's why we,
That's what
in the
the-
permit, when they pull it, it's a square footage.
It would be
We can
in square
figure the
footage.
25 cents into the square footage.
I don't agree.
So the 25 cent per square foot is, I think, where the confusion is happening. It costs more than 25 cents a square foot
Yes.
to fix something.
In material costs,
Yeah. I mean, 300 makes sense
yeah,
because you're sending out generally a truck that has the blacktop in it, the road base in it, and 3 people to go do the work, the roller,
yeah.
the compaction, all that. So that part makes sense. But what if the cost of material is beyond 25 cents?
We kind of just averaged that for everybody else, and then I got with our street supervisor, and he said that that's about an average of what we've charged in the past. And
But what we've charged in the past doesn't keep up with inflation as a
Exactly.
general rule. As the rule. I won't say the general rule. It's the
so
rule.
I think instead of inflating the fee, what we're trying to do is just be able to smooth out the process for the community right now because
Okay.
of the process, so it's not really an inflated fee, we're trying not to.
Okay.
I think, I want to go back to the street cut permit. I think it needs to be clear when someone files though for street cut, that this is not just a cut permit to cut, right?
Yeah.
It's actual repairs done in the backside of the job too, because
Yes.
if I'm coming in to have my sewer and have to pay for a street cut permit, right? And I look at this and say, $325 for a street cut permit, and the city's not the one cutting it, and I have to pay my contractor to cut it, I'm gonna look,
Yeah.
at it differently than, and a lot of people will probably look at that. So I think it needs to be clarified somehow to say, this is the repair done
Yeah.
also, right?
Well, we have to I have to get with Benita and move forward our street cuts because we adopted the 2015 as well. So we're trying to get this and the 2015 public works specs all done in the new street cut permit, and it'll explain
Okay.
everything.
Okay.
And
Okay.
have the rules in it.
All right, because like I said, when I look at this going from $25 to $325 and it says street cut permit, wait a second here, you know what I
But
mean?
that's,
No, I know, there's
that,
gotta be
this
a-
will relieve what the gas company did.
Yes,
For
It sets
instance.
up, it sets up us to do.
Right, if they're gonna cut the
Yes.
street,
Yeah.
they have to pay this much plus
and we're just gonna
per
do the
square
repair.
foot,
Yeah.
so that it does get repaired instead of everybody where the guy moved to.
Yeah.
See,
The thing that's really nice about this, because I've been in contracting and everything else, is a lot of times you're doing this under insurance. And if it's 6 to 8 months after that before they get it passed, like they tear it up in the fall, it's the next summer before it gets passed.
Yeah.
The people's gotta have it reported through their insurance to get paid on it, so.
Well, I mean, we've had in the past too that, I don't know, on accident, the contractors forget to tell the homeowner that there's gonna be a fee for the city, and they're not expecting this. Now this is, the contractor can come in and do this and say, this is what the permit costs for the city for me to do this, and it's all upfront and
Yeah.
honest.
yeah, I think it's the way to do it. Otherwise, like I said, the contractor moves to who knows where and it never gets
Yeah.
done, where this, it's paid up front, so.
And then it's just, when we can get to that process or the project, and as far as our list goes of importance, or where they fall on the list of repairs, then we can get to them at that time, and
It's a done
we're not
deal,
having to notify
yeah.
the resident.
I just want to make sure that, when we talk about importance of the street cuts and everything, everybody pays this fee. It's important to get done, no matter what line it is, if it's on the 20th line of the project to get done or the 10th line of the project to get done. Everybody paid that. It's important to get done, and it needs to get done as soon as possible.
Well,
So,
I think they do that.
Yeah,
I have faith that you do anyway.
yeah.
All right, any other questions?
Just one.
I want to make sure that 25 cents per square foot is
Adequate.
correct, is adequate to do
That
this.
should be adequate. We can look at them in years to come as far as inflation, but I think initially setting up the process here is a great start to repairing this, and then in the future, we can look at inflation costs.
Okay.
Instead of setting it up at 25% or 25 cents, sorry, can't we just set it up on per cost instead, and then we could have a rolling cost of what the materials is costing at that point in time during, the year when they're doing that, when they pay that. That way, it's set up with the inflation of the material.
I think we just need to address it every year if necessary with inflation. And I'll tell you why. Because as it goes up and down, it can sure look like favoritism. It needs to be a price until it changes.
I just don't want to go in a hole.
Our biggest
per se.
expense is our asphalt oil, and that is the one that gets affected by inflation absolutely every year.
Mhm. And we can address it even more often than every year if it goes crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Cody. Thank you, Tom.
Okay. Appendix D is the depot and room rentals. We propose a $100 increase from $100 to $200 for both the east room and the center room of the depot. And then we have a proposed change in the language from a rental deposit to a cleaning deposit in those areas. And then as a result of those increases, if you rent both the east and the center room, but the deposits would increase from 500 to 700, which is basically the increase in the deposits per room. At Fire Station 2, we propose that the classroom usage with all the audio, visual equipment remain the same, but we propose that we add a $100 cleaning deposit on that would be refundable if the room is found acceptable. So that is Appendix D. Appendix E is the water and sewer utilities. We will go through these tonight, but for council's information, these rate increases in water and sewer have been removed from tonight's agenda, and they've been moved to the May 21st regular meeting agenda. The reason for that is we have a contract with the town of Sinclair, and we need to give them 30-day notice before we increase the rates per the contract, and then 60 days after the vote is when the rate goes into effect for the town of Sinclair. So we thought we would be consistent with the city of Rawlins with that and everything, so we've just moved that 30 days. The notice to them has been sent today by certified mail, and so that's when the actual vote on the water and sewer will occur. If you go through the water utility per meter size, you will see that for all of the meter size listed there, that the increase to the monthly fee on that is going to be 80%. And you can see what those are from the amount column to the proposed change, what those will look like. For the monthly commodity charge per thousand, we propose that be increased from $3.48 to $4.63, which represents a 33% increase in the per thousand. That same percentage will be passed on to the users at the at the Glen Edition for their fixed rate, it'll go from 47 to 62.51. And then construction water that has been treated per thousand will be increased from $8.70 to $11.57, again, a 33% increase. As you move to the bottom of that page for the water utility outside the corporate limits, we maintain the same percentage increase. So as you can see through all the different meter sizes and the current amount, the amount that we propose there would be an 80% increase. And then when we get to the monthly commodity charge per 1,000 gallons, we propose an increase from $4.64 to $6.17, which is the 33% increase. Construction water would be, per 1,000, would increase from $17.40 to $23.14, again, a 33% increase. For the town of Sinclair, our rates are set at 60% of the amount charged to the residents of Rawlins, to the residential fee. And so you will see that that increases from $2.09 to $2.78. There again, that represents a 33% increase. Under the sewer utility for the monthly, we propose an increase from $15 to $25.50. And then the commercial rate per 1,000, we propose an increase from $3 to $5.10. And then on the sewer utility outside the corporate limits, we propose the monthly fee be increased from $20 to $34, and the monthly commodity charge for the commercial only over 4,000 gallons be increased from $4 per 1,000 to $6.80. We propose that the landfill fixed rate fee and the recycling fixed rate and the commercial pickup fee remain as they currently stand in resolution. Is there any questions on the water sewer utilities appendix E?
Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, it's on the charge 15 to 25.50. It's all customers, that is including a monthly base rate for commercial and industrial, correct?
I believe that's correct.
So they get charged.
What was your question?
On the monthly fixed rate, the increase from 15 to 25, is that the same for the commercial base rate? Does it increase?
Yeah.
So commercial,
Would go up to the 25.50.
they do get a base rate plus the $1,000.
Yes.
Or sorry, I'm sorry,
It's the base rate plus the per 1,000.
per 1,000. So, has there been thought of charging that per 1,000? I mean, I'm just asking, I guess, for council to charging per 1,000 of residential also.
That's not been brought up. We're just, I don't know if we talked about that in the past or not. There's certain areas of town where it would be really hard to do that. And it's like some of the trailer parks and stuff like that, it'd be hard to figure out how much usage certain lots would be doing. And so I think it would be kind of confusing to residents. So I think that's why we're keeping it this way, but
I think this is something, and this is just me speaking, that we need to look into. And the reason I say that is because a commercial business using the same kind of sewers as a residential area, you have more residential area than you do commercial and industrial zones that have to be repaired too, right? And I believe if we charge accordingly, and this is just me, but if we charge accordingly like that, per thousand, then there's a possibility that, our funds would be sufficient enough possibly to, have the repairs done that need to be done and maintain. So that's just my thoughts. I don't know how anybody else feels, but I feel.
For total clarification, the monthly fixed rate, all customers, that means houses. Okay, and then the gallonage fee is for commercial.
Yes.
Okay, and I understand what you're saying, Councilman Weisenberg. It's just the way some of those are metered is, we have a metering problem.
I think there is a confusing factor part of the residential side of it. I'm not really sure on why, but I know it's been set up like that for a long time before me. I'm not sure why it was never looked at per thousand for residentials.
And I think we've talked about it the last meeting. We talked about fairness of you know, someone with a building with 5-10 customers, and they get one utility bill, right? I think we talked about it, and I know it's gonna take some time to fix this, but I think this is in the same scenarios as fixing that issue also. So I think we don't need to forget about that, and we need to push forward and try and do this.
I was just wondering, in the past meetings, they have talked to Casper's gonna raise our tipping fee. So if they raise it for us, we're not raising ours any right now.
Here. The tipping fee at the Casper landfill was increased $20 per ton. But when we contacted them about being like one of the original users of that, they have lowered that. And I believe they lowered it $10 a ton, I believe, is where it currently stands, so.
So if we absorb the $10 a ton, are we gonna still be all right?
Within the landfill?
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna, yeah, I think we will. We've got some other increases in the landfill. And we have been operating a little bit, you know, to where we have been able to put some cash reserves away. So I think for this first year, we'll be okay. But we will monitor that very closely.
Well, and I will tell you, when they first got that land, Rawlins paid $500,000 to be a preferred customer up there because we were one of the initial investors and we were supposed to get a preferred rate. Well, then 4 years ago, that came into question because our preferred rate was like $1 or something cheaper than people that didn't invest $500,000. So they were approached and they lowered it by 10, and then they raised it by 20, and then they lowered it back down to 10, so we're right where we started, but that bears watching for sure.
Yeah, and we will monitor that very closely. Okay, any other questions on Appendix E, water, sewer, and utilities?
I don't think so.
Appendix F is our planning fees through special use fees down throughout, and we feel at this time that those fees are sufficient, and we do not propose any increases to those fees at this time. Appendix G is our cemetery fees, and here again, we feel that the fees that are being charged are sufficient at this time. So we do not propose any modifications to those at the current time.
Now, on that, Don't we give the county a very special price?
Yes, we do.
And I didn't see it in here.
I don't see the county one on there. I know that the county section is about full. It's almost at capacity, and so we are looking at other spots in there for the county. So that would be a good time to review that.
Okay.
All right, Appendix H is our landfill fees. The monthly fee that is included in the water bill is in Appendix E, so these are the fees that are charged at the landfill as customers bring their refuse out to the landfill. So the first proposed increase is under the materials that are accepted at $70 per ton. And what those include is the construction and demolition to the C&D pile, railroad ties, trailer mobile home disposal. And we recommend at this time that fee be increased from $70 per ton to $90 per ton. And I believe that ties back to the disposal of the railroad ties. It's the increased cost of disposing of those. We propose that we create a line item for materials accepted at $23 per ton, and that would be manure. And we are looking, as a side note onto that, we are looking at the possibility of composting out there, and we will bring that to council as we further our research on composting. We propose that we create a line item for materials accepted at $5 per gallon, and that would be antifreeze this time. We propose a modification to the materials accepted at $1.50 per gallon to add all oil, whether or not it's over or under 35 gallons. It used to only include amounts over 35. We'd like to set that for all oil that is brought to the landfill.
So we're just gonna eliminate the thing that says 35? Any amount, 35?
Yes. We put over, but it's, yes, but
Any amount.
35 should be eliminated as well. It's any amount.
Okay.
So with those changes, the accepted materials at no charge, we would remove manure and oil, any amount under 35 gallons, since we created line items for that above. And those are the proposed changes to Appendix H to the landfill. Is there any questions on landfill?
I have. Have you taken into consideration that this increase is going to cause more people to dump on what's locally known as 20 Mile Road? That the fine, wonderful citizens of Rawlins that go out there and clean this up, would they get a discounted rate or for that?
Would you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
So what I'm asking is, this increase will inevitably cause more people to dump on 20 Mile Road into those ravines? Do the people that go out there and clean this up on their own time and their own fuel and their own cost, would they get a discounted rate for doing that? Even if they could provide like a sheriff's case number?
Well, I see why you're asking that. The first thing that should happen is whoever's dumping it should be caught and fined to death.
Yeah.
And not put to death, just fined to death. And the second thing of that is we probably should in our town have a situation to forgive some of those costs for cleanup. The real solution would be to catch those folks.
Yeah.
And I know exactly what you're talking
They
about.
dump mattresses, washers, dryers, things are untraceable.
Yeah.
I think in the entire 18 years I've lived here, I've only heard of one person being caught because they actually put MSW, they just dumped the whole trailer load of stuff out there, and it happened to have an address on it.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I used to be with the county, you know.
Yeah.
And it is a situation. I will tell you, I go out in the county quite a bit, and people are being more responsible, but there's still a few knotheads. And I think, Tom, maybe we can discuss like those type of cleanups if it's prearranged and whatnot.
And I would think,
It does make sense that we should do something there.
Unfortunately, there are people that try to take advantage of everything. And they can say, well, I pulled this out of the county. Well, I think if they have a sheriff's case file, we know it's been recorded, we know it's been investigated, then they should get their break or their.
Yeah,
We should discuss that.
yeah, we need to.
That's a good point. Councilman Weisenberg?
I know in the past, like individuals that's bought abandoned properties and stuff, that the council has done some forgiveness. I think it could be one of those things that the individuals come and they say what they're gonna do and plan, and we could possibly do it on an individual case basis at that time too, if need be, to do some forgiveness of it.
Especially if they have, like you said, the sheriff's case file to where it was investigated, and it's not just, I'm gonna tell you, I found it out there and I really found it in my backyard, you know, kind of a deal. Thanks for bringing that up. That's
And
it.
then I have actually one other question on this book that you put out. It says that you purchased a dozer and a, you called it a wheel loader scraper. I believe you actually purchased a landfill compactor, not a dozer.
Correct.
Yes.
So I didn't know if that correction needs to be
Is
made
that
in
in
that
this
book.
book? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know if that was, some people, there's about like a 5-ton difference in the way they're made.
Totally different machine.
Totally different machine.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out also.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. We are looking at possibly purchasing a dozer, but you're correct.
Yeah,
That's
you're-
not what we purchased.
Yeah, your dozer's 7-ish years old.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that.
I just know transparency has sometimes been,
Yeah, it's important.
Well, there's a lot of details, and if they're not right, we need to fix it. And thank you.
you're welcome. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, under Appendix I, Public Works, the permit flat fee for street cut schedule, I think we have this in two different places, but here again, we just proposed that it be increased from 25 to 325. The rest of the fees are the water connection fees to our existing system. And we believe at this point that these tap fees are sufficient. At this point, we will monitor those to see how many tap fees that we have in the future. But there really aren't enough right now that we have data on it, so we feel at this point that they are sufficient. And there were no other proposed increases throughout Appendix I at this time. Appendix J is our recreation services. Here we find first our recreation center. of our fees. And you can see that our membership fees to the recreation center, we offer a 1 month, a 3 month, a 6 month, and an annual fee. And we propose that those be increased 20%. So you can see what the existing fee is to the proposed fee for those. And then the daily fees, likewise, we have adult, family, junior, senior, and then we also offer a punch card. We are proposing at this time a 20% increase to those. We propose that the kids corral through the daycare right now remain consistent as it's in resolution at this time with no changes. We have the city parks pavilions around town through the Parks Department, and a 2-hour rental fee for Washington, Depot Park, Rob Roy, and Bolton Park. We propose those fees be increased from $15 to $50. The multi-purpose room at the recreation center, currently we break the hours down between peak hours and non-peak hours. And we also differentiate it currently through non-members and members. What we recommend is that we just have a flat fee for all members, non-members, for everyone, whether they're peak hours or non-peak hours, that be set at $75 for every 2 hours. So that's whoever comes to the rec center to rent it. And then we propose that the additional hour be set at $25 for all that would rent those rooms. And then for the non-peak hours, additional hour, we propose that we drop that from the schedule so that we do not identify the non-peak hours. They would fall under the rental fee that we just discussed. Also under the recreation center is a facility rental. And we propose the same type of fee structure as we just did for gyms 1, 2, and 3, the racquetball courts, walking track, and the indoor range. We propose that we no longer differentiate between members, non-members, or peak hours or non-peak hours. We just set that fee as $75 for every 2 hours with a $25 additional hour fee.
So, to make it clear in my head, the walking track, that $75 for 2 hours, that's for exclusive use of?
Exclusive use,
Okay.
correct. If it is a rental from an outside organization or
Okay.
individual. Under the weight room, we currently have $85 an hour for non-members and $60 for members. We would propose that we not allow the weight room for rental, that you would have to use that as a daily fee or as your membership fee as normal, that we will not rent that to groups. The liability that we have on that is large for supervision of that, so we propose that just be dropped. So then we propose that the full day recreation facility rentals remain the same as they are listed currently in resolution, that those not be increased. And those are the changes that we're looking at for the recreation center itself. Under the indoor and outdoor shooting ranges, you can see where those, we currently offer memberships for annual, 6-month, and 3-month memberships, and we offer those for a single, family, youth, and for a senior single. And we propose a 20% increase on the annual memberships, all across the board there for the family, youth, and single. We currently do not offer the 6-month or the 3-month for the youth, and so we just proposed that $30 for 6 months and $20 for a 3-month, so that we can add those onto the schedule. And then we also propose that we add a senior single proposed charge for the annual 6-month, 3-month, set at $75, $50, and $30. Under the daily use fees for the indoor shooting range, we propose that the adult be increased from $6 to $7 per day, the youth from $3 to $4, the senior from $3 to $4, and the family daily use fee from $17 to $20. And the only other change that we propose with the shooting range is that for law enforcement agencies, that we set up an annual fee for $1,500. We currently let law enforcement agency use our facilities, but there is a maintenance cost that comes with that, and we would like to pass that on to those agencies. And that's the Rawlins Police Department, Highway Patrol, Wyoming Game and Fish Department, and then other agencies that come in to use our facilities.
And that's the indoor, outdoor, both?
Both,
Okay.
correct.
Why would we charge our police department? Is it just putting it in one bucket and taking it out of one bucket and putting it in another?
That's what it'll amount to, is budgeting in the general fund police and moving it over for our police. That's what it essentially amounts to.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, where this is its own department, we'd like to track those costs, those maintenance costs.
Councilman Seeloff?
On the rental of the parks, shouldn't we have a cleanup deposit of some kind on that?
We
So,
currently don't.
You know, so if they go in there and have a big party and leave with mess, we gotta clean it up.
I will make note of that.
I agree with that.
How much are you looking for? The same amount as a room at the 100, or I just need to do it because
I don't know, probably $100. They get it back if it's clean.
Sorry,
oh here
Go ahead.
we currently don't book it without payment, so they are paying that payment up front when they book it.
But
They're
the
paying
cleanup.
fee?
Yeah, so we've counted that as the deposit, I guess, so we don't technically book it out unless it's paid for.
Do we give that $50 back if it's
No.
clean? I think that's what they're
Oh,
asking.
and that's what I'm saying is, right now, that we look at that as a deposit because they're paying up front for it. It is the full payment, so there's no specific difference in it.
But Nikki, if they leave trash laying around and it takes a couple hours to clean it up, I believe Councilman Seeloff's right. We probably should charge a cleaning deposit in addition to, then if they clean it up, they get it back. If they don't, then it pays the staff to clean up their mess.
Yeah, I do agree. I think on everything else we require a deposit, so I think that's smart. We just currently don't.
We should add that.
Okay.
because we'll need to change the motion because I've already uploaded these for the meeting that follows, your regular council meeting. So we have two changes. So I just need a dollar amount so I can, so that you, when you put your motion together,
$100 would probably work. I'd say they get it back if they leave it clean. But it takes us a little bit to clean up. We gotta send someone up there in a truck and everything else. It costs us.
it's your call. It's not.
They can- they can-
I just need to know, so when you guys
But if
do
they
the
don't use
motion
it 30, then you
under
charge
the regular council meeting, we'll have that change, and then we'll also have one other change. So you can make it, you can add it into your motion.
So what are you guys thinking?
Well, we were just having a discussion, why wouldn't you charge up front? But then you're penalizing someone who leaves it clean. As
Well,
opposed
but
to-
what she's saying is they don't collect the rent later, they collect it up front, but the cleaning deposit part isn't being considered.
Right, and that was what he
So
was
that
saying.
needs to be paid up front also.
Correct.
How
and you
much,
give it back.
what dollar amount are you, 100, that sounds reasonable to me too. Cause it doesn't take a lot of extra labor for the city crew to spend $100 with a truck and several people in a few hours and,
Chasing it down because it's probably blowing around by then.
yep.
Thank you.
Okay, under Appendix J, we also include the Rochelle Ranch Golf Course fees. And we currently offer membership fees for a single, couple, family, senior, junior, and we also offer a range membership. We propose at this time that those fees be increased 10% for this upcoming year, and you can see the proposed changes in the column on the right, but those do represent a 10% increase. On the green fees, we also recommend a 10% increase on those as well, and you can see those listed there. Under the cart membership for the seasonal rates, we also propose a 10% increase on that. We did find an error on that was currently in resolution on the cart membership on the seasonal rates. The amounts listed in black in there are much higher than what has been charged. So a single cart, we have been charging $399 instead of $635. We're not sure how the numbers got in there in the resolution. And I know Nikki can speak more to that, but when we looked through there, those are excessively high, and we don't know exactly for sure, but from the amounts that we currently charge, we are proposing a 10% increase on that. And I can read those off, or we can, you want to come up and just explain that a little further?
Just want to make sure I understood.
Councilman Weisenberg has a comment.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding, because when I look at this, the cart memberships don't match up to what I see at the clubhouse when I see on the wall, right? And so when you're saying like the 635 for a single cart, it's actually like 380 or something, 390 or, right? So I just want to make sure that's what I'm understanding. These that are supposedly supposed to have been charged in this fee was not what was actually,
Correct.
Okay.
From our understanding, there was an additional amendment or resolution to this that made it $399, $499, and $599.
And then the increase is how much?
10% is what we,
So $399 is $438, $439?
I have 450 written down, but I don't, that's just because I went off.
that's, yeah, I went off the 635 is what
That's what you wrote down, but
That's
I'm
what I
saying, but
wrote.
the actual is going to be 438, 439, somewhere in there.
somewhere
If it's
in that
10%.
range, 10%, correct, of
Okay.
that
Yeah.
original amount.
So is this gonna be
Is
corrected?
the resolution we're gonna pass then, does it say numbers or just a percentage?
No, it has your numbers, because I uploaded all of these
Okay,
appendixes, because this is what I inherited.
so we'll have to make that change too
Yes.
in the resolution we pass. So those numbers you'll have to give to Lynn so she can pass that on to us.
I was gonna say, yeah, that seemed,
Yeah,
I
my-
buy a cart membership and I'm like, this,
I think
See,
it's
I-
fine, but I don't pay it.
this didn't seem, I mean, it seemed high, right? When I looked at it, like, I pay quite a bit, but
That was my
It's-
fear, is that people would see that this is now gonna be $900 when they were paying $600 before, so that's a pretty
Yeah.
big increase, which, so correcting that will make that percentage change
Yes,
better.
and I wasn't
Okay.
aware of this, this is what, it was already pre-printed when I.
Sure. Just so the resolution we pass has all these corrections we're making,
Yep,
you
we'll
know,
have to
the
make it in a
additional,
motion and- well,
the
it-
additional, deposit, and there was 2 or 3 of them we made it, plus this.
is, the other thing I was gonna ask, are the golf course membership fees correct also on there? Cause that don't look correct to me also.
In comparison to what you paid
In-
this
in-
year already?
In
or-
comparison to even years past, like, I'm just thinking of 455, I don't believe that's a single membership out there, I don't believe that's the correct price either.
I don't have notes from Kevin on that one, so it sounds right.
Okay,
But I can
I just wanna make sure, cause, and then the other thing I did not see in there, is it eliminating the, memberships, sorry, I'm drawing a blank.
The,
Charter
Original
membership.
Charter
Yeah.
memberships.
No, those are down at the bottom.
Yep, if you keep going down there, down at the bottom.
Okay,
And they have an increase as well.
okay.
Which I believe are 10%.
So the other option the council could make is not to approve this whole Appendix J. And we could put it out onto your next meeting, if you so desire, of May 21st, when you're gonna be doing Appendix E, which is water and sewer. We could get,
I'd rather have it corrected and do it tonight.
okay,
I realize what we're asking,
okay.
but even if we have to start our next meeting a half hour late, I'd rather get it over with tonight. Do you understand?
I do understand.
Okay.
Tom,
I
what was the
think-
reason that the rec center is 20% increase, but the golf course is only 10?
Changes.
What we looked at on there is the revenue margins.
Okay,
So in other words, how much does the revenue cover the expenses? And it was a lot higher percentage at the golf course than the rec center. So we would like to bring those into alignment so that if you use the rec center or the golf course, it is the same amount going towards operations in both of those. That was our
Okay.
intent.
This would be their actual.
Councilman Weisenberg?
The other thing, Tom, I have a question on is, when we talk about discounts available at the rec center. I just want to make sure I understand. It's a 25% discount is available for a business or organization who wish to provide their employees with memberships. Okay, that means, like, just because I work for, say, Sinclair has to pay for that membership, not the individual? Because if the individual pays for it, they don't get a discount, correct? So, and I'd like to make sure I understand that, because this is what it says.
That is the way that it's worded, that's not the way that we understood it from previous years.
Oh.
So it's actually been
Where are you seeing it?
previously charged
It's
to
at the top.
the employee with a 25% discount.
So, that's in a resolution that we have been doing wrong, okay, and it needs to be corrected, because I don't work for Sinclair, I work for another oil company that don't pay for my membership, right? And Sinclair's not paying for their membership, but just because an individual works for a Sinclair corporation means they get 25%. That's not fair across the board to anyone, right? Or anybody. So now I would agree if Sinclair or Crowheart Energy, who I'm employed by, or Southern Star or Rawlins Glass or any incorporation, local, wants to pay for their employees to have a membership, then that's understandable because they're putting money back into our community to give them that. But just because an individual works for a corporation don't mean they should get that discount.
Those corporations do sign up, so we do have paperwork from them.
But they're signing up, but they're not paying the membership of their
Do they
employees.
pay anything?
You see what I'm saying?
You're correct.
The only corporation that I know that pays, and that I haven't been there for quite a while, but the only incorporation company that pays for any kind of membership that I know of, right? And there's probably more out there, but the railroad pays for a lot of their stuff. Their employees, they will pay a gym membership and stuff like that, right? And so, but I don't want, the way it's worded is a business has to pay for that their individual, not the individual paying for their membership and they just get a discount because they work somewhere. That's not fair.
You're right. That is how it is worded. That's previously not how it was done. That's how it was handed to me.
So do they do a bulk buy? Do they come in and say, I've got 75 people that want memberships and we're going to pay for all 75 at 25% off? Is that what they do?
That would be great. That's not what happens. No.
So how do they get the 25%?
Before I read this, they had gotten a 25% discount as a corporate membership, and it's a 25% discount from the annual membership. And they can.
So an
it only
individual
applies-
walks in and does that, as opposed to the business walking in and going, we're buying 100.
Correct.
See what?
So,
Yeah.
so if I say I work for Sinclair, I get it, even though I don't,
Sinclair actually is different.
or
They-
whatever. I'm
yeah.
not picking on them. I'm
Theirs
just
is-
saying.
Theirs is different because they have, their ERT has a special rate because they actually do pay us for those specific memberships. The other corporations, we have a whole binder book full of corporations that have signed a piece of paper basically stating that because they want their employees to go there, that they receive that 25% discount.
So should we be given, should they be paying us every year, so for how many memberships that are signed up under there? Would they
That's
have a
how it
difference?
reads. Yeah,
They,
that is
I mean,
how-
they should, if we're giving their members, there's no problem, every member that signs up under that deal, then every year, at the end of the year, we ought to, like Sinclair, as they're saying, ought to be billed for the 25% of each member. So we get our money
Yes.
from them, because, I mean, I would just soon see someone, if there's a way we could talk to the outfits like, the bigger outfits like Sinclair and all, and see if they would just give memberships to their employees if they want, and they'd go ahead and do it. I know Kroger used to. Kroger used to pay for your membership if you wanted one.
It says though that each business or organization is responsible for payment, so.
That's where I'm saying the individuals are paying for a membership, not the corporation or the business, right? Is not, or organization is not paying. The individuals, if I was employed by them, I would go and pay my membership. It's not the organization or the business paying. And the way it is written here, and in resolution, which is a law, right? We have to charge an individual that is going from
The other price.
the full price, right? And we're cheating ourselves, we're cheating the community and everyone else out of that at that same time. So I don't want to sound, like a jerk but the way it reads is the corporation has to pay for that, not an individual. Now, I agree, if a corporation comes in here and says, I got 100 employees or 500 employees, and I'm gonna pay for every one of them employees that want to have a membership, right? And even if it's only 50 of them employees going for a membership, and they pay for that, then that's great, right? We give them the discount. But we can't just choose to give an individual a discount because they work for someone.
Yeah, because it clearly says that. The business or the organization is responsible, not the member.
Sorry, I
I was
So we'll
handed this,
need- we'll
and
need
this was
to-
a shock to me also, because that's
So
not-
we'll need to review it under the policy portion of it and say, okay, by policy, we do X. If they want 25% off, if you want your employees to get 25% off, then you have to come in and do it as a bulk. And pay that bulk up front, or
At
pay the
beginning
offset
of the year
25%.
or whatever.
because I know like the railroad that I could when I worked there they would give me so much or whatever they'd pay for the day at whatever, a lot of different places, right? That's why I say I know that is the one place I know that does that. I've never heard of Sinclair doing that, right? And then I hear of individuals saying, well, I get a discount, right? And it's not right just because I work somewhere, because not everybody has an opportunity to work there.
Well, but
You
how do
know.
you even know they work there?
And you don't, well, yeah, they probably have to supply an
I
ID.
worked at a parts house, and you'd be amazed how many employees some of them people had that didn't work there.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
Honorable Mayor Lycum, several years ago, I signed up for that, and I actually had to bring in a pay stub, recent, that showed that I worked for that, organization.
That makes sense. There's gotta be some
Yeah,
clearinghouse
that's how I got
item.
it. I believe Sinclair, they get yearly badges for employment.
Don't think so anymore.
Things have changed so much since.
Things have changed.
Poly Frontier took over.
But if you could bring in a current pay stub, that's better than just saying it.
that would only work if we are giving a discount for you working for a company. That's the way this reads
Right,
is
right,
the
I
company has
understand
to
what
pay,
you're
right?
saying.
Yeah.
Councilman Garner.
Tom, I have a couple questions for you. As far as Appendix J goes, the other day we were talking, what is our negative for all of these combined with our recreation? Just what are we running negative per year? Is with these adjustments, how much are we closing that gap? Do we have a
Now, I can look that up
No,
here, Councilman Garland, but I will go over that in depth Thursday night.
Thursday? Okay.
If you want me to find it now, I will, but we will, that's what the meeting Thursday night's gonna be
Okay.
over in depth.
The reason I ask, everything else it looks like from what I'm reading in these is, with the water and the sewer and everything, is to get us back in the black. And with these increases, and I don't know if there's much more we can do besides, without increasing them more, I don't think these are gonna get us close to that. And the problem that I have with it is this affects our general fund directly, which is directly impacts getting our roads and our streets repaired across the city. These funds that we lose to these, like the golf course, it's 1 to 2% of the population is a member. The rec center is roughly 10% of the population, but our roads is 100% of the population that it affects. Our sewers, our water infrastructure. Part of the reason we have to increase our sewer and water is so we can replace those lines, because we don't have funds in general fund to do that. With these increases, is it gonna help? I guess Thursday's conversation is gonna clear up most of my question, but are these gonna put a big dent in it, or is this gonna be minor?
No, it's gonna be minor at best.
Councilman Weisenberg?
I just want to, sorry, I want to correct the spot where you said the sewer and stuff it's an enterprise fund, right? That comes out of the enterprise fund, not directly out of the general fund. The recreation portion, the streets, the
streets, yeah.
yeah, stuff like that is coming out of the general fund. Enterprise funds have to sustain themselves. And that's, so just so when you said the sewer, you know what I mean? If there's any money that is allocated out of a general fund to a enterprise fund, it's a loan and has to be repaid back to that general fund. Just so everybody, you know what I mean? It's clear. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the same error I made last time we spoke.
Yeah.
It's just that, to get to the sewer, that's the general fund.
Yes.
And we're gonna, that's that impact that I'm talking about, so.
Sorry, I just wanted to
No, I
make sure it's
appreciate it.
clear.
I can say from this report that the recreation center operates at about a 17% revenue margin for an operating loss of about $715,000. 10% increase in rate in the memberships, which are basically 71,000, or at 20%, about 14,000 if we maintain it. That doesn't put it in. That still leaves a $700,000 loss in the rec. The golf course operates at a 35% revenue margin and a loss of about 331. And the memberships are roughly 56,000 a year that we would increase 10%, 5,600. That would still leave us 325. And the shooting range is at about a 14% revenue margin. We lose roughly 100,000 in that department, which membership fees are 11,000. So if you take 20% of that, you're talking $2,000 off of that. So they are very minor increases
So-
to the bottom line.
So the other income item from the golf course that is not on here is like per round or whatever. I'm not a golfer, so I don't know. But when you go, you pay for a round of golf. That hasn't been addressed, has it?
Well, that's what we would call greens fees.
Oh, okay,
it's on
okay,
there.
okay.
And that is within the book, and we received roughly 61,000 in greens fees in fiscal year '23.
Okay.
So at 10% increase is roughly 6,000. It increased that to 67. Or, 7,000 compared to 331 is very minor impact on the bottom line.
Councilman Lewin?
Looking ahead, we all know that when the council had to increase water rates earlier in the past, that the water usage then went way down. Kind of expect that to happen again, and hitting the rec center and the golf course, we can expect less usage because of the rates going up. I think the council and the city at large needs to consider that if we can't at least get in the black with both of these entities, the golf course and the rec center, that we may consider selling them, closing them, because I think most people want clean water, good streets, and their sewage to work more than they want these things. And I realize that's drastic, but it may be something we need to think about to make sure we're in the black.
Councilman Lumen, I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying, but with the water, sewer, with the enterprise funds, it is mandatory that we break even. So when we raised the rates, that was about the time we didn't have water to sell. So when we did raise the rates, it wasn't like everybody quit taking showers. It was because we had water rationing. And so I believe that was a bigger effect on the downturn of sales. As far as the recreation department, I guarantee you they'll never get in the black. I don't care. You just, but most cities fund them about 50% or less, and we're way away from that. I do agree with that, but I just want to make sure you understand that the water sales did go down, but it wasn't because of price. It was because of our water rationing. And then that affected everything, because then we didn't charge for it, and
Right. I do think an increase in cost, people will ration themselves.
to a
degree.
point, yes, there is that effect, but not the greatest part of the downturn wasn't that. It wasn't the price. I believe it was just rationing, to be honest with you. Councilman
Sorry.
Eisenberg?
100% agree with the mayor's comment of recreation will never pay for itself. It's an amenity offered to the community, right? I agree. I understand what you're saying, okay? The fact of the matter is we have youth in our community, we have adults in our community that participate in recreational activities, okay? And if you think that you close something down just because it's in the black, right? Or not in the black, and it's operating in the red, that's going to solve the problem, it will not solve a problem. The police department operates in the red every day. The fire department operates in the red every day. The streets department operates in the red every day, okay? Those are things that the council decides to put some money towards out of a general fund, right? And we do not have to have paved streets. We do not have to have a police department. We are required statutorily to have a fire department, okay? We do not have to have this stuff. It's something that we as council choose to offer the community to make our community a better place to live and place where people want to live, okay? That's so. When we start talking about closing recreational opportunities, we start talking about closing doors on youth. And the youth is what the future of Rawlins is. Just so you have my opinion on it.
I agree, and I wouldn't want to do that, but if we get to a point where the budget isn't in a place to support it, it's not in a place to support it. You have to make that decision.
I agree with both points.
Basically, when that comes into that place, when we do the budget for the year, we don't have money for them, they just don't give that much money. That's
Yeah.
all we can do, you know?
We'll be addressing that later on, and no one wants to quit offering services, that's for sure. But we have mandatory, that we legislatively we have to have, and then some things we can have. And I'm afraid this year's gonna be a tough year. We're gonna have some of those decisions, but raising rates is a tough deal. We've all, if you've been out in public at all, we've all probably taken a bit of a beating over it, but the people want platinum services, and they have to pay to have that service, and I don't think we offer platinum services. I think the problem we've had in the past with every single thing we've done is, I'm just gonna say, if you own a trucking company and you buy a truck and you don't put some money every mile away, at the end of the 1,000,000 miles, what a semi will go, if you haven't put a certain amount per mile away, at the end of that, you have a problem. You have a piece of junk that won't work, you're out of business, you don't have the money for a new truck. That is where we're at with the water and sewer, and pretty much every system in the city has been that way. The voters would love to pay nothing and get it all. Puts us in a spot. The recreation part of it, that's a tough deal, but our kids are gonna be doing something after school, and I was one of those kids. My mom and dad, I worked full-time as an orderly at the hospitals, and they begged the lady to hire me so that I wouldn't be doing the things I'm thinking about that people shouldn't be doing. Yes, Nikki?
Sorry. Just to throw this out there, because I see both sides, and obviously recreation is my heart, but if we look at these rates and realize if we put these rates where they need to be to keep us substantial, you are running people off. If you make minor increases, even every year, even if it's $5 per year, you'll eventually get there. Again, the rec center is never going to be in the black. It's the nature of the beast. But we can make small improvements in those things. We can raise the rates of the programs, and that would make a big difference. Even if we did a $5 increase on soccer individually, that's a huge increase. Those are things that on the recreation side of it we are looking at, just to keep that in mind. So you're looking at it for 1 year, and then next year maybe if we do another $5 per membership, keep that in mind. I just have to throw that out there.
Well, if they've been doing this over the years, instead of just all of a sudden
Yeah.
putting it in front of us, they wouldn't have been in bad shape.
Yeah. And
Another
that's
thing to look at is the corporations that you said that are giving discounts, if they would pay for a membership at the rec center, maybe doing more advertising or seeking out corporate money to try to supplement the rec center and the golf course.
absolutely.
All right, we're gonna have to, we're supposed to be starting the next meeting, but, we're done, right, Tom? Okay, so I'm going
Make
to,
sure.
Are we gonna get these price change for the golf cart and stuff?
The actual cost is gonna be changed in the motion, in
the resolution,
resolution, sorry.
those
for
changes
this
will be
evening.
made, correct?
Yes, we can do that in about 5 minutes' time.
Okay,
That's,
we're gonna take a 15-minute break, because we've been here for a while, and, we'll start the meeting at, 7:45.
Did you get an answer to the question?
Yes. I did, I don't know if you want to take a break right now, but I
Well,
do-
go ahead and tell
We're
us.
here now, go.
Okay, I'm able to respond to the question regarding the.
Towing.
Abandoned
The
vehicles.
towing.
Look.
So there are two different things. One is one issue is whether it's illegally parked vehicles versus abandoned vehicles. Two very different things. Under 15-1103, that provides the city authority to move those illegally parked vehicles. However, abandoned vehicles fall under, although a police can provide a report, the ultimate responsibility is, as Chief Ward said, with the county regarding abandoned, derelict type of vehicles. But illegally parked vehicles is a different thing.
What's the definition of abandoned?
Abandoned vehicle. I'm going to have to do a little more research on that. I know
That's gonna be my
the
question.
definition, but illegally parked is pretty obvious. It's parked where it's not supposed to. Abandoned, derelict, it's part of the nuisance ordinances.
which we
And
have.
I actually may have that.
By state statute.
City ordinances use the term derelict, state laws using the term abandoned. In looking at the state law, I couldn't find their definition, I would have to look a little farther. Title 31, Chapter 13, Section 102, subsection C says the removal, preservation, custody, storage, and sale of abandoned vehicles impounded by a police officer are the responsibility of the county in which the vehicle is impounded.
But it says impounded by a police officer, not by a sheriff.
Yep. Under Chapter 13, Title 13, Section 104, it does say the police officer who has reasonable grounds to believe that the vehicle has been abandoned may remove the vehicle or cause it to be removed at the expense of the owner to a place of impoundment designated by the county commissioners of the county in which the vehicle is impounded. So the information I'm getting from my people is that historically when the city impounded vehicles. The cost of doing so, towing it and storing it, was not met by the sale of that impounded vehicle. Typically, the owner would just sign the vehicle over to the city and then wash themselves of it. And that's why our impound lot, even though we have been doing this for a number of years, is full of vehicles. They're not worth anything, and then the city is now responsible for either storing or disposing of them. I'm aware of the fact that in the past, before I was here, the city hired a crushing company to bring a portable crusher out and crush a lot of the vehicles that had been stored at the city's impound lot. I have to get further information for you. I suspect strongly that due to the fact these vehicles have to be stored at the county impound lot, which is on the east side of the city, and it's not manned 24/7, as opposed to just calling a tow company ourselves and having a derelict or abandoned vehicle towed over there, and then calling the sheriffs and saying, hey, we got a tow company at your gate, can you send somebody down? Maybe they can, maybe they can't. There is probably an arrangement where we tag them. There are requirements in state law for how long they have to be tagged on the street before they can be towed. And then the sheriff's department, since they're responsible for storage and disposal, also makes the arrangements for the tow.
I would really appreciate some work on total clarification of that, because right now it's as clear as mud to me.
Yeah, and there's a difference between obviously the city ordinance, which seems to be a little bit in conflict with state law. Is that correct?
Correct. I was actually looking at the dates on some of these. There was a change in state law in 2021, in July 2021. Our ordinance, I think, was changed in 2016. So there will need to be some updated and some modifications to our ordinance to comply with state law.
Okay, good. I think that gives us direction on where we're going.
Yeah, and I want to make it clear that the state law allows a municipality to be more strict than the state statute. You have to follow minimum of a state statute, but you can be more strict, right? So we need to really do some clarification work and clear it all up, if we could, please.
Okay, we're still gonna take a break.
Casualty report.
His neck hit my front windshield, I swung around.
Here, gentlemen.
There it is.
Hi.
I know you don't.
Okay, so let's see, what is this now?
So this is for,
Okay,
you might say which board so
okay.
positions.
Yep.
So those are the two.
Thank you.
Yes. Yep. Yes, I saw that, thank you.
I think they have signed
I did count.
Okay.
First I was confused because there's one Steve. I was like,
Yeah.
Steve only does one. She was like,
That's the one I was counting, and I was like, well, there's something missing on this one. Yeah, that makes sense. And that's the last one I signed.
Boy, need more stuff here.
We're always kicking my butt lately. Sorry. I'm logging on too.
I need to see if this pertains to that executive session or not.
Regular 16, right?
She has.
Yeah, you can join.
Make people look this.
Oh, yeah. All right.
I think we're waiting on this game. That's normal.
I think so.
I'm logged in.
Yeah.
Her computer went to sleep, so I can't.
Yeah, it's on roll call. Right?
I think it's good, right? I think they just have to, there's gonna be some upload changes, we'll probably have to refresh.
I think
so-
that's what she's doing now. But once I call to order, then we'll have pledge of allegiance and roll call. Can you do the roll call?
Yeah, I'll just do it manually,
Because,
because then you guys go to executive session.
right,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh.
Okay. I apologize for getting started late here, but we had quite a workshop and we have a lot of work to do. And so I will call this meeting to order at 7:45. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Can we have roll call, please?
Yes. Mayor Wycombe,
Here?
Vice Mayor Singer,
Here.
Councilmember Gardner,
Here.
Councilmember Lumen,
Here.
Councilmember Seeloff,
Here.
Councilmember Wells, Councilmember Weisenberg.
Here.
All right. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Vice Mayor Sanger.
I move to approve the April 16, 2024 City Council agenda as presented.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the April 16th, 2024 City Council agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? Seeing none.
No.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. The next thing on our agenda, we've had to change some things around to accommodate certain individuals. So the next thing on our agenda is an executive session. Councilman Weisenberg.
I move to enter into executive session at 7:47 PM per Wyoming Statute 16-4-405, Section 923, to consider or receive any information classified as confidential by law and to consider the appointment, employment right to practice or dismissal of a public officer, professional person, or employee, or to hear complaints or charges brought against an employee, professional person, or officer, unless the employee, professional person, or officer requests a public hearing. The governing body may exclude from any public or private hearing during the examination of a witness, any or all other witnesses in the matter being investigated. Following the hearing of executive session, the governing body may deliberate on its decision to, in executive session on matters concerning litigation to which the governing body is a party or proposed litigation to which the governing body may be a party.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to go into executive session at 7:47. Is there any discussion? Seeing none?
Online voting is open.
Okay, thank you.
Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you.
where we just say lead with sound. So they're all being recorded. And I can make some more agenda copies too.
This one was pretty good. You guys have fun with that. You know, I'm sure we just kind of, she's like, yeah, we can. Would have gotten.
That's a belly street. Did you guys look at that? Yes.
I was gonna give it to you. But you were with. Sorry.
I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, yeah.
I just thought I'd- So when she comes back, I mean,
It wasn't, I wasn't notified. I wasn't notified that you guys were doing it. See, and then I got that.
I didn't know until right before we went.
You're the jack of all trades.
Last year we were going.
You went all the way.
Well, our school is in the
Oh, so you're writing to send it there the whole summer. This is just. So they were supposed to play that other times. I think that would be a problem. I can't remember. 2 nights or 3 nights? Well, it's just Chicago.
She gets the right word. You want to be watching.
Yeah.
He's trying to process when he was he looked at somebody 40 to 5-year-old ready for retirement.
Yeah, and Theodore's feedback. And Marty's parents are both going to her dad's. Well, her dad's been there. Her dad's been there since before the meeting. He got the first shift. And then mom's going to take the second shift. So they're overlapping over. Yeah, so, but my brother ends up going, it'll be the first time. My brother and sister went, and my parents have been there since 2002. Because then my Mike's family will be people. So, yeah.
You know what I mean?
That ownership arises. He ate with us.
It's a fine line.
My mom was cooking beans and potato salad and just stuff for dinner when and when I could have Georgian food, so when I can fix up. Do you know what? So Josh was trying to figure out how he could drive my mom. You know how we get from passenger drive in our neighborhood?
I told him. They got several more in the state. And every city where.
Are they?
Wherever it's the stuff you put in. Chips.
Just right like this.
No, you're right.
So that's,
It's not, you're off the right. Right, or minor.
okay. Okay.
I don't know. I would assume ultimately it would be.
Maybe you can. And there's no way. She's not that old. Right. So the protocol is that I would tell Josh, and he can fix it last.
There may be something we can.
Yeah.
So Rawlins.
He's already taken it off. Well, he asked me. Oh, really?
I blame Mr. S.
I blame Mr. S.
I didn't know.
Was it Torrington?
I'm sure the house has air conditioning.
We already, farm sense can't be really big.
The survey's been done?
Yes.
Has it back to you?
Should wait this call for it maybe, huh?
I think she's gonna.
Yeah, I know.
Did you see about the last weekend? April. But why not? It's done. How much do you think what that is?
Yes.
Walked in the service and there it was like, well, yeah, hi. I remember you too.
There you go, there you go.
Okay. Okay, so we'll include this on top of the regular motion when they just add these. Okay. Yep.
They're not coming out.
I wasn't down there. I've just been in the hallway.
If you look at D,
Oh, okay. Yep.
it just says A, B, C, D, F, G, H, and I. So you'll need to say that and then add that portion in.
Okay.
So every one of you have that.
Okay.
I don't know who's gonna do it. If you just,
Read it word for word all the way through. Okay.
and then I'll type it. and I have a copy.
Okay.
Those are the changes, because those are the only two changes that I have,
Okay.
right? You don't have any. I mean, I know other things to discuss, but nothing.
They didn't add any, they didn't, there was nothing on the rental, the deposit, right? They didn't want that in there, correct?
It's on there. It's the first one.
Oh, yeah, I haven't read it. Okay, yep, so that one, then these. Yeah, that looks good. Should have took bets when I came up. Oh, what time they're coming out? Vision. Region 6 meeting? Yes, sir. Do you know who made it, or if anybody did? Anybody else from any of the other cities? Huh?
I don't, I know there was a. It's right next door.
Oh. Yeah.
They don't, they went.
They attended it? Did they join WHAM? Maybe that's why they went, to go talk, and that'd be awesome if they. This is the one I wanted to go to. I like the mayor in Superior. I like the mayor in Superior. He's a nice guy. I just completely spaced it out.
SBA.
I don't think so.
I gave on Thursday, I gave him a phone number
Okay.
on that Sentinel project.
Okay. No, I haven't received it. I haven't had any voicemails or anything from anybody. So.
So I guess they ordered an IT person, a head person out there already, or some contracts. And they're looking for some people, like she's just gonna oversee. So
Okay.
when he saw me, I was in Bridgeton last week, it's like, hey, can I get his phone number from you?
Yeah.
Like, sure.
Okay.
I gave him,
Can I get his number from you?
yeah.
Just, I'll put it in my phone just in case. That way, if it does come in, it's not a. And if you wanna, so instead of saying it on the mic, put it in. I'm sure he doesn't want everybody having this phone number. And I hope they get out of there soon. Or if you want to text it to me.
Oh, I guess give it to you. It's Drew James,
Okay.
307
Okay.
757 5819.
Got it.
Okay.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. If anything, I'll reach out to him. I wanted to talk to him anyway, so
Yeah.
I'll do that and I'll let you know how that goes. Okay.
Yeah. And we called me, left me a message
Mhm.
at the building,
Okay.
and then I called him back. And then he was doing something, and he disconnected me, and I called him back. I said, I think we got disconnected, and then I never heard from him. So
You
I
didn't
don't
hear
know.
from him yet? Okay.
Yeah. Tell him
I'll tell him.
I was gone all last week, so I didn't try to call. I was at that summit.
Okay.
I did, yeah, he was like, hold on for a second, and then I could hear him talking and going through some stuff, and it was like, click.
I've had that happen like 100 times with him, so I will shoot him a message now.
And I say, hey, I'm still waiting for you to call her back.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. No, let me know if there's anything. I mean, Drew was just excited. She's the one that does all that huge certification, and you wouldn't have to.
Right.
Because she would sub you.
Oh,
So
okay.
you would get the work. You wouldn't have to do
All the
paperwork.
other
I
crazy
mean,
stuff.
yeah, I mean, he said you could do it, but you could immediately go to work and not have to wait to be certified,
Okay. Yeah.
to get your certification. Yeah.
I'll reach out to him tomorrow.
I'm surprised because he like Susie saw me last week. Hey, give me that name.
I'll make sure he didn't call because I don't think I had one missed call this week that I didn't know, but
But it's not a Wyoming number either. So.
and that would be why if it came in, I would have not answered.
That-
But I don't see it in here
Okay.
because it was just did a search and it didn't come up.
Okay.
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 All right. I'll message Jeremiah right now.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm thinking we're getting out of here at 11. Huh? There's a lot of stuff on here. At least the first section goes quick, but yeah, they asked her to if she was interested in extending her contract today, so it's going well. I don't know. She hasn't said. She didn't say a length of time on it, but yeah, they just asked. She sent a text about it today, but we haven't got it. We haven't. I got here before. I think by the time she got off work over there, so. Oh, the initial's 13 weeks, so the end. I think it was like second week of June. So, yep. Yeah. Well, yeah, they're right at the end when you start searching for other ones just in case. Yeah. It was. She was super excited about it. Run it by the boys, see how they feel, because I'm pretty sure they're going to want her home during the summer. So, yeah. Yeah, we even talked about just going down there like a week or two and staying with her, because I mean she has her own place, so we just go down there. Oh yeah. Did you check it out yet? Did you pull it up? Yeah. I didn't realize it was so close. I always thought it was like 5 hours away, and it's 2.5. It's a quick drive. Yeah. So. Yeah, it doesn't seem bad. It seemed quick when we got there. Yeah, well, and I think in the summer, so right now they're doing a 4:10, and then during, I think once kind of summer gets closer, because I know in a couple weeks they go to 3:12s, so she'll be off 4 days. Yeah, so that'll even be better, because more time with the boys and the little ones. I don't remember if it's the last week of May or the first week of June. Yeah.
be a whole different state.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they would love it.
She's eating these.
Yeah.
Nuts or something.
And then yeah, I'd be okay. Ari would sleep a lot better, so I'd sleep a lot better.
So she's eating these nuts and then she take her.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she cracks me up when we do the video call at night. As soon as she sees her mom, her eyes get big and she starts yelling, hi, hi, hi. And so she's like, she loves talking to her. Oh, yeah, that's the worst part. No, if the kids were out, not a big deal, but it affects them. We even asked the boys that, how bad it is. It's not that bad, but it's like, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. A whole different place to go do things and check it out. They neither one of them have sports during that time, so no. So that'd be a perfect time to go.
You could put the extra money away and.
Yeah. And that'd be the hard part. Coming back. Then just the back and forth. If I have jobs lined up to do. Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping the one thing works out. Fingers crossed. You guys doing anything fun this summer? Go explore? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah, any direction you go. It's a mountain of some type you can go check out. Yeah, you'll always get a recommendation from everybody. Yeah.
When you go, it's like, I think every state doesn't matter if it's small, like, or you take your kids.
Yeah. I mean, when we went to Maine, we went and checked out the, was that Fort up there, clear north? What is it? No, it's where the bridge, they have like the tallest bridge, elevator and everything. Oh, that was beautiful. That was cool to see.
Had a bed and breakfast on a small little island.
Oh, yeah. Elephant, or
It's not elephant.
Fort, oh, it was Fort Knox up there. Yeah, that's. And then can't remember the Swan Lake is where we were at. Yeah, we were up in that area. It's like is it a glacier lake? Is something like that?
So, observation bridge.
Yeah.
It's right by Fort Knox. I'm not going to Bar Harbor, it's not very far.
I could not believe how tall, I couldn't believe how tall that elevator, or that bridge was right there. Yeah. Yeah.
We just go away for 4 days, just we just kind of stop and ask.
Well, there's so many small little mom and pop shops throughout. I mean, there's just little tiny hidden towns as you go through Yeah. It was neat. Went to I want to say it was lobster, like a little, I don't know. It was a restaurant that had a dog that they brought. They had like lobster pots, like huge ones, like the big vats everywhere. And you just go in there and pick. And there had to have been thousands of lobsters you get to choose from. And then,
The grocery store always you just go and they have these great big, not as big as those, and you just pick out a couple of lobsters, and they're like.
and the price there is not, it's like, right, but it didn't seem expensive. Like you normally see. Yeah.
That's the first year. They cook it for you. That was.
Yeah. Yeah, it was all those little old towns on the water. That was cool to see too. The old, I want to say the one area, like they had like the, was it like cobblestone? Like,
They do, that's a lot of.
yeah.
That was me. That's how.
Yeah, there was. I just remember one area that was like that. Man, when you drive on there, that's loud. It's like you're on washboard, but 10 times worse.
You can't go real fast.
No.
That's why they.
Didn't make it down there. Can't remember where we drove out of. I want to say it was, I don't know, some small town in Maine. We had a connecting flight in New York, and then it flew us into Maine, and then we drove from there all the way north. I think it was on that 1A that you were talking about. Yeah.
Which is not very far from the bridge, a little south there.
Oh no, yeah, we were way south. We weren't.
For the airport?
Yeah. Yeah, we had like a.
Bangor, Augusta.
Yeah, that's where it was. Because we drove.
Augusta's the capital, Bangor is a little north.
Yeah. I think we drove like 4 or 5 hours north to get there. No? Maybe that's not where it was then. That sounds familiar though.
Bangor, from where I live in southern Bangor, is less than 4 hours.
Oh, is it?
It's about an hour. Yeah. Bangor and it's about 4 hours.
Oh, great. What would it be to Swan Lake?
Swan Lake, this is
Yeah, I think it. Oh, no, that's. So where we were.
He's out of Colorado, named Sam.
So you probably You probably were near Swan Lake, which is near Penobscot, which is near the bridge.
Correct, yep. Yeah, it wasn't Bangor. We flew into, I think we did fly into Portland, because it was right on the coast. I think we did fly into Portland. I think you're right on that. Nope. I panicked. I got a lot of evil looks.
So what did they do here?
Oh, so
Oh,
you
they
read the
rounded this
motion.
up.
Yeah, read the motion and then add this in the motion. So when we read it, then we're just gonna add.
As amended?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I would entertain a motion to come out of executive session. Councilman Weisenberg,
I move to come out of executive session per Wyoming Statute 16-4-405 at 8:51 PM.
Second.
there's been a motion made and seconded to come out of executive session per Wyoming statute 16-4-405 at 8:51 PM. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Councilmember Sewell.
Yay, I'm getting my computer back up.
You can voice vote.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. Was there anything, were there any objections for matters discussed in executive session? Seeing none, we will continue the meeting. Next thing on our agenda is approval of executive session minutes of April 2nd. Vice Mayor Sanger.
Because we didn't view these in executive session, the minutes themselves, we can't vote on them.
Okay,
So both the
Both the
second
C and
and
D?
the eighth,
okay,
we'll have to set them off till next, or go back into executive session.
all right.
We need a motion.
We will move to go to the next thing, which is the consent agenda. I would entertain a motion. Councilman Lumen.
I move to approve the city consent agenda of April 16th, 2024 as presented.
Do I hear a second? There's a motion made and seconded to approve the city consent agenda of April 16th, 2024 as presented. Is there any discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed, the motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Sanger?
Since we are moving the executive session minutes that we have to approve to go back into executive session to do so, I would make a motion to amend the agenda to remove those two items to be placed next week or at the next session.
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded to remove item
C and D.
C and D, which are executive session minutes, to the next regularly scheduled meeting.
For C and D. Right, for C and D.
For C and D.
Yeah, for C and D. Any discussion? Seeing none? You want a voice vote, or you want us to?
Yeah, you'll have to go voice, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Motion carries. All right, thank you. All right, so now we are to a public hearing, and this, I will open a public hearing at this time, authorizing parking the City of Rawlins retail liquor license number 93, Cappy's Incorporated, doing business as Cappy's Restaurant. Is there any public that would like to comment on that? Seeing none, I will close that public hearing, and I will open up the second public hearing, which is a public hearing approving the City of Rawlins fee schedules, appendixes A, B, C, D, F, G, H, and I, and J. Is there anybody that would like to discuss that? Seeing none, I will close that public hearing. And the next thing on our agenda is public comment. This is a time set aside by resolution number 2C-1996. It's the time limit of 5 minutes for citizens to participate, talk to us about anything that is not on the agenda. Is there anybody here that would like to address the council? Just come forward and sign in and tell us your name and.
Derek Morris. I think a good chunk of you know me, or at least know my family. The biggest thing that I wanted to talk about presently this evening is I appreciate that all of your time is precious, and having to make sure that you discuss matters that are confidential and privileged on your time. But everybody that's sitting behind, their time is also precious, and also important. And doing executive session before allowing other people to do what they're here to do really kind of causes some problems, I think, with having people show up to council meetings. Because they could be sitting here like they are this evening for 2 hours, 2+ hours, hour and a half, whatever the case may be, waiting to spend a minute or two to accept a board position, or to discuss other matters that they might have. And yet you're going to keep them 2 hours sitting here twiddling their thumbs while you guys are discussing things that should be at the end of meetings, not at the beginning. Your guys' time is precious, and so is everybody else's in here. So that's the only reason I came here this evening, was to discuss that. There's plenty other I'm sure I could probably go off on, but that was the biggest thing this evening. So keep that in mind when you guys schedule executive sessions before general business sessions. Don't think that's how Robert's Rules of Order work. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to address the city council tonight on anything that is not on the agenda? All right. Thank you. We'll move on to the next item, which is proclamation. This is a City of Rawlins, Wyoming proclamation, National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. Whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical services, and whereas an emergency occurs, to prompt response of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And whereas the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone the Rawlins Police Fire Communication Center. And whereas public safety communicators are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link for our police officers and firefighters by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them with information and ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety telecommunicators of the Rawlins Police Department have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. And whereas each dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year. Therefore, I, Terry L. Wycombe, Mayor of the City of Rawlins, Wyoming, do hereby proclaim the week of April 14th through the 20th, 2024 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in the City of Rawlins, Wyoming, in honor of the men and women whose diligence and professionalism keep our city and citizens safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
I just appreciate the recognition that we're getting, and I brought with me one of my temporary or part-time dispatchers and our newest dispatcher. They were both able to come and be here tonight, and I appreciate that. And it's just nice to get the recognition that these ladies deserve when they work so hard.
Well, you all deserve it, and you do an amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next thing on our agenda is another proclamation. This is City of Rawlins, Wyoming proclamation, National Crime Victims' Rights Week. Whereas America has joined together annually each April for National Crime Victims' Rights Week, which was first declared in 1981 by President Ronald Reagan to focus the attention of our nation on the rights of all crime victims. And whereas we must remain united in our commitment to ensure the victims of all crimes and survivors are treated with compassion, respect, and sensitivity, and be recognized as key participants within our system of justice and afforded services that provide them with hope and self-confidence. And whereas by promoting victims' rights and honoring crime victims and those who advocate on their behalf, we focus on the issues and and trauma experienced by victims of crime and the services available to them, and provide an opportunity to strive to achieve the ideas of this year's theme, rights, access, equality for all victims. Now therefore, I, Terry L. Wycombe, Mayor of the City of Rawlins, Wyoming, do proclaim the week of April 21st through the 27th, 2024 as National Crime Victims Week in the City of Rawlins, Wyoming, that we honor victims of all crimes and further extend our appreciation to the Rawlins Police Department Victims Assistance Program during this week and throughout the year for the vital services they perform for all the victims.
Thank you on behalf of the advocates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next thing is the third proclamation, City of Rawlins, Wyoming proclamation, whereas National Volunteer Week on April 21st through the 27th, 2024 is celebrated throughout the nation to focus national, state, and local attention on the vital role of residents serving as volunteers and being an integral part of the fabric of our community. And whereas the City of Rawlins and Rawlins DDA Main Street are blessed with over 500 active volunteers logging thousands of hours every year, and whereas these volunteers dedicate their time to improving our community through beautification events, coaching youth, serving on boards and commissions, and serving as volunteer firefighters and victims advocates. And whereas the volunteer sector is recognized as a third partner with government and business in building strong communities. And whereas the City of Rawlins wishes to recognize these men, women, young adults, and children who have given of their time and talents to our community through our many city departments. Therefore, I, Terry Wycombe, Mayor of the City of Rawlins, Wyoming, do hereby proclaim the week of April 21st through the 27th, 2024 as National Volunteer Week.
Thank you, and thank you, Council, for recognizing the importance of the hundreds of volunteers throughout our community. They really are vital to the success of our city. So, thanks to all of them.
Thank you, and we do appreciate all the volunteers. Without the volunteers, we wouldn't live in a very nice community, but because we do have a very compassionate community. And with that, I will now, the next thing on our agenda is the Community Builder Award for April 2024. And I will turn the floor over to the members of the City Volunteer Committee.
Honorable Mayor and Council, the Community Builder Award is a monthly award the city presents to local individuals, businesses, and organizations for their volunteer service, sponsorship, promotion of programs and events, outstanding service in the interest of the city, and for the contributions significant to the Rawlins quality of life. The Volunteer Committee would like to present the April 2024 Community Builder Award to Rawlins Elks Lodge number 609.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I'd like to bring up two Elks members, Ty Espy and Mike Murray. Wow, I have a whole list of things, but just a few things that maybe people are not aware, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mike. But to say a few words, they are going to give their donation to the Boys and Girls Club tonight. But I think I was asking some questions about their volunteerism, their commitment, and their commitment is just a double-edged sword. They just hit all sides. Their fraternal membership, their kids' activities are awesome, all the different things they do, and they're just an integral part of this community, and we just thought it was a very fitting award for them to win this year. So I'm going to turn it over and let Mike talk about all the things that they do. Pulling out his list.
So on behalf of the Rawlins Elks Lodge and its members, we appreciate this recognition. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here tonight. And happy to provide that cash donation to the Boys and Girls Club. So the Rawlins Elks Lodge, founded in Rawlins in 1900, December of 1900, lodge built in 1907. Dues at that time were $2. Today our regular membership dues are $120, life members pay $70. Of that $120, $80 stays local to the lodge. Of that $70, $40 stays local to the lodge. If there's anything unique about the Rawlins Elks Lodge and the community of Rawlins, it's the charity that our lodge has shown in the course of its establishment. So annually, the Grand Exalted Ruler sets a goal for per capita membership donations to Elks National Foundation, and it's this Elks National Foundation that supports the main programs that the Elks support, and those are youth, drug awareness, veterans, and community improvement. And they take many different forms in the communities through different programs that lodges choose to participate in. So with that goal last year was $4.80 per member, and this is across the nation. Rawlins Elks Lodge donated $12 per member. And that doesn't even count when you talk about West, which is the Wyoming endowment that all lodges in the state of Wyoming donate to. West stands for Wyoming Elk State Trust, and it is specific to needy youth only. This was founded in 1986, originally by a $1,000 donation. Today, that endowment is well over $1 million. And those funds are used locally here in Rawlins to help pay for winter clothes for children, hospital bills. We've paid for motorized transportation and scooters. We've helped young men at Ahana purchase a chairlift for his motorized scooter. We've bought service dogs. So those we can get pretty creative with those funds as long as we know there's a need. Our E&F chair, or our West chair here out of Rawlins is Mr. Ryan Schumacher with the middle school, which gives us a really nice avenue. He's tied into the school and the students, and he helps us with that need. But on any given moment, if the need's there, he can run out and spend the money. So when you talk about West, there's not a lodge in the state of Wyoming that can touch the amount of money that Rawlins has donated. We've donated almost double the amount of funds to that endowment that any other lodge in the state has. So that lends a little bit of a viewpoint as the charity of Rawlins and our Elks Lodge. In the past year, our fiscal years from April 1 to March 31st, we have donated in kind with labor and cash donations to the tune of around $45,000 to the community of Rawlins, Hannah, Elk Mountain, Medicine Bow, Encampment, Saratoga, and Bags. These donations include youth programs, youth scholarships, and youth activities, special needs. Many of the community are probably familiar with our Needy Youth Christmas program, the Angel Tree program. Annually, we help around 255 kids. Each kid receives 5 to 7 packages. Those packages are funded somewhat through the community donations with our Angel Tree program, around town with local vendors. The community helps us with about half of our need, and then the Elks Lodge foots the bill for the other half. Veterans programs. Veterans, so long as they're veterans, the Elks Lodge will never forget them. We recently donated $1,000 to a veteran program out of Cheyenne that flies veterans to the memorials in Washington, D.C., pays their lodging, foots their bills, and allows them to visit those memorials. Other community activities, community service donations, which in the past have included St. Vincent de Paul, as well as an $8,000 donation to the Carbon County School District 1 food service debt. Health fair donations, lodge facilities donated to members and families that need the facilities, senior citizen program, community recognition, as well as drug awareness, and then categories not covered. And these aren't just Rawlins members. We carry around 85 of our 406 members don't even live in Carbon County, don't even live in Wyoming. Our membership right now is 406 strong. It includes both men and women. There was a time where there was nostalgia where it was a good old boys club and women weren't allowed. Fortunately, we've got past that. 2 years ago, we actually had an exalted ruler. Michelle Sidden is our first past exalted ruler for the Rawlins Elks Lodge. We now have 2 more in the ranks. So with that, it's nice to be recognized. We continue to do a lot for the community. The true benefactors in life count their stores in what is given, not in what is saved. And we're proud to be recognized tonight and continue to do for our community. So thank you.
Facing her, the camera over there.
Okay, ready?
Y'all get that account number?
thank you so much. That is a well-deserved award, and we appreciate what you do.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right. Next thing on our agenda is an appointment for the Old Penn Joint Powers Board. I would entertain a motion. Vice Mayor Sanger.
I move to appoint, and if I get the last name wrong, I apologize, Natasha Kierlieber to the Old Penn Joint Powers Board for a term ending April 30th, 2027.
Second.
It's been a motion made and seconded to appoint Natasha Kierlieber, probably butchered that, I apologize, to the Old Penn Joint Powers Board for a term ending April 30th, 2027. Before we vote, Natasha, you're here. Would you like to come forward and tell us why you would like to apply for this board?
Good evening, councilmen and councilwoman. I have been an archaeologist in Carbon County for 14 years, and I have the familiarity with a wide array of historic sites throughout the county. During this time, I have worked towards helping preserve sites on the National Register and those eligible for listing on the National Register. I enjoy educating the public about the history of Carbon County, including both sites that are easily identifiable, such as the Old Penn, and those that are more difficult to identify. I have regularly visited the Old Penn and the fundraising events that are put on and have a familiarity and fondness of the expansive site. I'm involved in the Rawlins community, and I am a member of Friends of the Old Penn, and I have been attending the Old Penn Joint Powers Board meetings as a member of the public for the last 3 months. I would like to serve on the Old Penn Joint Powers Board, as I believe with my professional experience I would have a unique perspective to offer, as well as a thorough understanding of the complexities and difficulties there can be when trying to maintain such a large and unique historic site, especially when decisions regarding maintaining the site have to ensure it retains its original character or risk delisting of the site on the National Register. While the Old Penn is one of many important sites in our town and county, it holds a special importance to me, and I want to help to contribute to its success. Thank you.
Wow, does anybody have any questions of Natasha? I just have one comment. It just seems like a perfect fit for you, and really appreciate you volunteering to be on this board. It sounds like you'll be a great asset to that board. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilman Weisenberg?
I believe you come forward the last time and was not selected, correct?
That is correct. I was
So-
home with COVID and sent you guys an
Yeah.
email.
So thank you for coming back, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, awesome. Any more comments or questions? And thanks again. Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. All right, next thing on the agenda is a Planning and Zoning Commission appointment. I would entertain a motion. Vice Mayor Sanger.
I move to reappoint Shauna Roberts to the Planning and Zoning Commission for the term ending January 31st, 2027.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to reappoint Shauna Roberts to the Planning and Zoning Commission for a term ending January 31st, 2027. Is there any discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
This is an appointment, not a reappointment. She's not sat on that board, just so we can clarify and correct the motion made.
That's my mistake, my apologies, council.
Okay,
I move to amend.
Second.
okay. Shauna, are you here?
She stated she could not come tonight.
She's usually here. Okay, all right. Is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is city council reports and ward updates. Ward number 1 is my ward. I have been to, last night was the region sixth meeting for WAM. It was in Superior, Wyoming, and went over the legislative updates, and it was a very interesting meeting. If anybody's interested, these are the list of the bills that passed and didn't pass, and it was a very interesting meeting. The other thing that I have done is COG, Council of Governments. We had that in Saratoga, and I've got the agenda here, and it was also a very productive meeting. It was the presenters were Matt Webster, who was a Carbon County IT, about the CrowdStrike cybersecurity. We learned a lot about that. We also learned about cybersecurity training from Morgan Irene. And Lenny Lehman, was the Carbon County Emergency Manager, also presented there about local emergency plan outline and creation. And what Lenny's going to do is send out a help every community come up with their emergency plan and outline to create their plan, and I can't wait to see it. He's got a fairly generic copy, I guess, that he's going to send out, and then we have to each customize it for our own town. But that was pretty exciting to listen to. This next Thursday of this week, I'll be going to Douglas. No, it's the Friday after this, I guess, to the WAM Board of Directors meeting, and I will give you a report on that when that happens. As far as Ward 1, not a lot going on, and that's the end of my report. So the next thing on the agenda is the Board of Adjustments and Ward 1 updates from Councilmember Seeloff.
Okay, we finally are getting ready to have our next meeting, and we'll be voting in our officers, and we're going to go over Chapter 19 on the fencing, so we can hopefully get that done, so we can get it to council, so we can get that finished up. That's it.
All right, thank you. The next thing is the Urban Systems Committee and Ward 2 updates from Councilmember Garner.
I don't have any Ward 2 updates, but the Urban Systems Committee is going to meet on April 22nd at 1 p.m. That'll be our next meeting.
All right, thank you. The next thing is the Ward 2 update from Councilmember Lumen.
I did have some questions on, are we still having a town hall? It's still working on getting that?
Yes, our town hall, Honorable Mayor, Councilman Lumen, we are working on a town hall on the water transmission line project.
Okay.
We're just not quite there yet. We're still in the design phase. Once we get the design phase, we would be able to put most of that plan together and share it with the public.
Okay. Also, as part of the rates changes that we're making, might let people know about Wyoming 211 for those that are lower income, so they can have help. Also, I want to thank you for doing the polling that you did. I think it's important that members of the community have an outlet. You know, it may not be all positive things, but it's good to know what they do know and how they're understanding the budget and what we have to do as a council. So I just want to thank you for that. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you. DDA and Main Street and Ward 3 updates, Vice Mayor Sanger.
So the DDA had its board meeting yesterday. We covered quite a bit of old business. We did a survey for our merchants and property owners, which turned out really good. That was pretty outstanding. We will be doing our GEMS program, thank you ads and sheets and cards and recognition. We are approved our budget to give to Tom. so that he can tell us we can't have it. We did an Adventure Fest update, and this was really cool because we have 2 car clubs coming from, one from Riverton. Where was Pam? Where was the other one from?
Rawlins City, Casper.
Casper. So there'll be a lot of vehicles here in the downtown area. We passed out our public officer training for our members of our crew because we are a statutory entity. And then Pam and Stephanie Kramer will be going back to best practices in Birmingham, Alabama, pretty quick here. And then in new business, we had Plants and Pots, which the DDA in Main Street is providing the support and the ribbon cutting for that. But will be a really fun thing to go down to the art place right below us. And the hub date, which the hub is very busy. If you've never been in the hub, it's very busy. It's very business centric. So it's been very busy. And Pam went to a funding summit, and we may have found a grant, if I'm correct here, that will allow us to do some repairs on our curb and gutter in the downtown area that is fairly busted up. So, and then I don't have anything from Ward 3.
All right, thank you. The next thing is the Rawlins Planning Commission and Ward 3 updates from Councilmember Weisenberg.
So Planning Commission met, I believe it was last week or week before, talked about the fencing ordinance in Title 19 for industrial commercial areas. There's some recommendations that staff has put out, and I believe the consensus pretty much of the board was to follow the recommendation of the staff and what they've come up with, and that come with a bunch of public comment from individuals that own properties and businesses through the industrial area and stuff like that. So they have a buy-in of their own at that point in time. So I appreciate what staff has done for that. So as far as Ward 3 updates, a lot of commotion, people coming up and talking about rate increases and stuff like that. I just want people to understand and know that I myself as a council member pay the same rate as every other individual. I don't want to put any rate increases on people if it don't have to be, but we have a scenario that I don't want to say is past the buck, but I think my job as a council member is to look forward from the present to the future and plan for what is in need for the city of Rawlins. You know, a lot of things I've been approached in the community too is, I don't want to use the word misappropriation of funds, because that's not the case. The water fund is an enterprise fund, meaning that it has to be self-supporting. Okay, 6 penny money. Prior council chose not to bond. There was reasons. The city manager has done a workshop prior to this, talking about different things. I'll put Councilman Sanger on the spot and honestly and say he could give you a lot of insight on why the city didn't bond. It's a lot of reasons of the county could only have so much money in bonds. The city decided to take a hit. COVID come. Prices increased on a lot of things, but to think that the city is not using the 6 penny money, because this is exactly what people have approached and said, for the proper stuff, the proper project is wrong. That money is earmarked money. It has to be used for those projects. So just so there's some clarification through the community on that. That's all that the hype's been pretty much is over that stuff. So just want to get some clarification out there. Tom, thank you for when you did the workshop on it and explained it all. I would encourage the citizens of Rawlins to go back. It's alive. You can go back and watch the feed and you'll understand a lot of scenarios that's happened. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go back to the board appointments. I have a lot of things on my desk and I didn't remember to talk about this, but for those here and those that are listening, just to remind people, their Board of Adjustments has 2 open positions, one until 2025 and one until 2026. The Old Pan Joint Powers Board has 1 position open until 2027, and the Urban Systems Committee has 1 position open until 2028. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, middle and high school youth positions for next year are open starting in July. So if you want to get involved in the city, those are ways to do it. All right, back to, I missed that earlier and I apologize. The next thing on the agenda is the city manager and staff reports. Palma, I'll turn the floor over to you.
All right, thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. Tonight, to start off with, I am very pleased to announce that we have concluded our search recruitment for a fire chief. And I'd like to announce tonight the promotion of Alan Robinson to the City of Rawlins Fire Chief's position.
Congratulations.
Yeah, well deserved.
Well deserved.
A couple dates that I want to put on your calendars. Thursday night, April 18th, here at the council chambers at 6 o'clock, we will have a council work session to go over the preliminary budget. And what we will do within the preliminary budget is we will focus on the general fund. And we will look at the revenue situation within the general fund. And I will go over to date where we're at on the expenditures of the general fund. And I will be able to share with you what the difference is between the revenues and the expenditures. And then we will conclude the work on the preliminary budget Saturday, April 20th, at a special work session that will be held at the Hampton Inn in the Cowboy Room and the Wyoming Room starting at 10 o'clock. And there again, it's open to the public, everyone that would like to attend. And we will continue the discussion that we have on the 18th that is here. And we will see what council would like to do, discuss, our expenditure situation with a lot of things within the general fund, and that will help us prepare so that we can have the first reading of the budget on May 15th. So those 2 things will be this week. All of the staff updates have been posted to board docs that you should be able to get off the board docs as to the staff updates. The last item to mention tonight is that I will be out of the office from May 2nd through May 6th. I will be going back to Manchester, New Hampshire to my wife's college graduation ceremony. So I will be out those days, and I will be returning on May the 7th. And while I am out, Police Chief Ward will be the acting city manager during that time, and he knows how to contact me if it needs be. So that's my report.
All right, well, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is city attorney report, if you have any.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. One short update is the Rochelle Ranch restaurant. We have received an intent to renew their 19th hole, so we are working with them on that renewal. So that's good news there. We'll have another option in the city for dinner. And I don't have any other reports at the moment, but I'm happy to answer any questions from council.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Under the contract for the golf course restaurant, it provided that they needed to provide different things to the council, you know, for future references and stuff. Are you going to, or are they supplying that so we can review that?
Absolutely, those items have been requested
Okay.
in order to make sure that everybody is compliant with all of local, state, and federal regulations.
Thank you.
Is there anything else? All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is direction from city council to city manager. Is there anything?
Have a great time off.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tell your wife
We're proud of your wife.
congratulations. Yes. That's awesome. Is there anything else? Councilman Garner?
Just one thing. Can we try to get these agendas out by Thursday, the week before? We keep receiving them on Saturdays on the weekend, and I'm not so much concerned for the council, unless it's a big agenda and we have a lot of stuff to review, but it's more for the public so that they can see this and, you know, they're not getting that just a couple days ahead. And then if they have questions, they have the whole weekend. We have a whole weekend to get those out there, because a lot of our releases have been, the last couple have been a Friday or Saturday, and most have been Saturdays. So if we could try to get that out. We used to do, I think it was Thursday was what the schedule was like. So we could do that again. Just gives us a chance to ask questions Thursday, Friday, and Monday before a Tuesday meeting as well. So that'd be awesome if we could do that.
No good.
Is there anything else? All right. We will move on to new business. Approve the minutes of April 8th. Councilman Lumen?
Move to approve April 8th, 2024 special city council meeting minutes as presented.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the April 8th, 2024 special council meeting minutes as presented. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 5 yeas and 1 abstain. The 1 abstain was Councilmember Weisenberg.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is to approve a catering permit. Do I hear a motion? Vice Mayor Sanger?
I move to approve a 24-hour catering permit for Christie's Inc., doing business as Michael's Big City Bar and Grill, liquor license number 91, to cater the Cinco de Mayo dance at the Town of Sinclair Recreation Center, Sinclair, Wyoming, on Saturday, May 4th, 2024, located at 502 Lincoln Avenue, Sinclair, Wyoming.
Second. Been a motion made and seconded to approve a 24-hour catering permit for Christie's Inc., doing business as Michael's Big City Bar and Grill, liquor license number 91, to cater the Cinco de Mayo dance at the Town of Sinclair Recreation Center, Sinclair, Wyoming, on Sunday, May 4th, 2024, located at 502 Lincoln Avenue in Sinclair, Wyoming. Please open on, oh, is there any discussion? I'm sorry. Covered it up. Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing is to park a liquor license. Councilman Garner?
I move to approve parking of the City of Rawlins retail liquor number 93, Cappy's Incorporated, doing business as Cappy's Restaurant for up to 1 year, effective January 14, 2024 to January 13, 2025.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve parking of the City of Rawlins Retail Liquor License 93, Cappy's Incorporated, doing business as Cappy's Restaurant for up to 1 year, effective January 14th, 2024 to January 13th, 2025. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed, the motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Jeff. And Tina, sorry. I know who's boss. Okay. The next thing on our agenda is a resolution. Councilman Weisenberg?
I move to accept the resolution amending municipal fee schedule appendix A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, and J, effective 30 days from approval, with the change under appendix J, Rawlins Family Recreation Center facility rental fees, to add a $100 cleaning deposit. Will be returned if the facility is left in proper condition. Under Appendix J, golf course cart membership, seasonal rate change to the following. Single cart should read $3.99 and changing to $4.40. Couple cart should read $4.99 and changing to $5.50. Family cart should read $5.99 and changing to $6.60. Under Appendix H, Public Works landfill needs to change the following. Under materials accepted at 50 cents per gallon after the red line of over. The red line should continue to cover 35 gallons.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to accept the resolution amending municipal fee schedules, appendix A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, and J, 30 days from approval, with the following changes. Under appendix J, the Rawlins Family Recreation Center facility rental fees, to add a $100 cleaning deposit, which will be returned if the facility is left in proper condition. Under appendix J, the golf course cart membership seasonal rate change to the following. Single cart should read $3.99 and changing to $440. The couple cart should read $499 and changing to $550. The family cart should read $599 and changing to $660. Under Appendix H, Public Works landfill needs to change to the following. Under materials accepted at 50 cents per gallon, after the red line is after the red line of over, and the red line should continue to cover 35 gallons. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. Sorry. The online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is a discussion about the Raven Call, and the presenter of this will be City of Rawlins resident Christina Ford.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christine Ford, and I'm here to discuss my concerns with the management of our raven population and possible solutions. In December of 2022, my backyard became ground zero for the slow and inhumane death of multiple ravens due to the culling by the USDA requested by our city government. This became a huge issue due to the fact that our community was never properly notified that we should be on the lookout for dead and dying birds in our neighborhood. To say that I was unhappy would be an understatement, and in the following month, I made my opposition to the use of avicides very clear. I'm here now again voicing my displeasure on how we are still using the same method of treatment. The City of Rawlins government posted a document answering some frequently asked questions regarding the ravens at the landfill. These answers, I assume, were provided by the use of DRC 1339 in wildlife management. It's an assessment. So I kind of want to go over some of the questions that you guys posed. Sorry, I'm all nervous. As you guys said, how are the ravens a health risk to humans? Large concentrations of ravens pose a risk. You guys have, I don't know if you guys want me to read the whole thing, but you guys said that they are a huge health risk. I agree. Fecal contamination is a huge problem. Those who have a long-term exposure are at risk to multiple health problems. You know, you guys did say that it was dangerous for our community and for our city workers, and I do agree. But I do believe that culling once a year is not going to it's not going to help anybody. It's going to continue to grow. Just because you kill these animals once doesn't mean that the fecal matter is going to not come back. So we're continuously exposing this to our city workers and to our community. How are ravens a risk to the wildlife and livestock? I mean, I agree, ravens are amazing creatures. If left uncontrolled, they will become a huge menace to the livestock in and around our county. This is why it is important for us to get to the root cause and why we continue to have a problem with the exploding population. Ravens cache their food, and that leads to other species such as the endangered sage grouse having access to those caches of poisoned food. You know, we end up doing more harm by using the avicides than other avenues. What method is used to cull them? How does the avicide target ravens in particular? It doesn't. Much of the data used by the USDA is a computer simulation. Efficacy estimations is complicated because of raven behavior and bait sites. They do tend to cache their food, and they can travel multiple miles in a short amount of time. They use these models like the 1 egg per bird scenario and the 2 egg per bird scenario. The majority of the research in that assessment that I looked into is just that. It's just data from simulations. The issue itself is that the ravens are so intelligent, the simulations are reaching because they cannot factor in the exact unkindnesses, behaviors, and intelligence. Most communities who've run into the same issues have found an RCA and went from there. And these occasions were where they were just not one answer. They used multiple layers, such as sound cannons, falconers, contraceptives. I mean, if you can bait something to kill it, you can bait something to give it a contraceptive so the eggs are not viable. And the biggest thing is an EPA regulated mandate that we have to have doors on a transfer station. I mean, looking into it, the root cause here is the doors at the transfer station. If you take away their food source, we're not going to have a problem. You know, and the exposure, that's a huge problem. So, since the avicide will kill the raven population at the landfill, what will this mean for any predators or animals that might consume the dead ravens? Will they be harmed as a result of the avicide? You guys state in here that we don't have any issues with secondary risk from scavengers because once consumed, the affected birds will commonly perish from the roost sites between 12 and 72 hours post-consumption, and that the chemical is metabolized within 2 hours. So hence effectively making it not an issue. Looking into that, they word it really nice in the assessment, but the secondary risk is basically just specific to the meat tissue of the birds in question. It does not relate to the active avicide contents in the stomach. The majority of animals by nature will eat the contents of another animal's stomach if given the chance. The statement, like I said, is worded in a way to distract from the still active poison contents within the raven's stomach. If left untouched, the avicide can linger up to a few weeks. And you could cite the actual USDA study for that. My biggest thing on a lot of that is that the common raven is 2.5 pounds to 5 pounds. You have a dog that is 6 pounds, like my Chihuahua, who will eat anything. they will eat the contents of that. You know, somebody doesn't know that a raven is dead in their backyard, their dog, their cat, they eat the contents of the stomach of the raven, including the meat, but the meat is not a question, but it's the contents of the stomach. They're gonna get sick and they're gonna die. You know, it's ridiculous. So are there more humane ways to remove the birds from the landfill? You guys said humane is a rather subjective term. It's really not. You know, it's not a tough question. And nothing about this avicide is humane. It's devised to trigger an alarm response in the birds. Birds have seizures and convulse. They scream. They lie on the ground, on their sides, on their backs. Their feet are pedaling around, you know, and they do eventually die, but it's painful. This can go on for minutes. It can go on for hours. It could go on for days. The pesticides sometimes take it takes a long time to kick in, so birds can disperse over a wide area before they're actually impacted, and they literally fall out of the sky. The EPA registration on this says that, and then the companies, they say that it's, oh, sorry, I lost my spot here. The companies that sell the poison state that the distribution of it frightens flocks with little or no mortality, and that the product is inhumane. It's an outrageous claim. It states that the birds are in a depressive state and cannot feel. Actually, the main component that, and I'm gonna mess this up, acetylcholine. It's a neurotransmitter. People who have multiple sclerosis may be prescribed the drugs that contain it. Those who have accidentally overdosed and they've reported burning in the throat, abdominal discomfort, followed by nausea, irritability, weakness, dizziness, feeling of impending doom, thirst, and shortness of breath. High enough concentrations have also caused convulsions, also seen in the birds poisoned by the avicide. Although we can't ask a bird if it's in pain, we are not incompetent and can recognize when an animal is being tortured. I mean, specifically, me in my backyard, I watched them die. You know, I watched them wither away. I woke up the next morning after we cleaned them up, there was more dead, standing there frozen, just falling out of my trees. You know, it's inhumane. We can do better. What prompts a raven taking? What our raven takes permitted by a federal agency? You guys said that we need permits, situations dependent on it to deter them. When there's no practical alternatives, then you use lethal removal. You know, to be compliant with the USDA's Migratory Treaty Act 50 CFR 21.41, you have to provide proof that you tried non-lethal tactics. These permits are given temporarily as temporary fixes, and expectations are that we implement non-lethal long-term measures to control the population. I'd like to know what non-lethal forms of deterrent have we used prior to the poisoning, and just so you know, the number one non-lethal means to deter invasive bird species is to modify the habitat in question. Our habitat rests solely on the shoulders of our transfer station and the lack of doors. I have a couple questions on that, and I don't know. Do you guys believe that after a culling is done, the risk of exposure to our city workers is gone?
What I do know is that the city does not do this culling. This is done by the Game and Fish and the USDA. I do know that having the fecal material that our workers and people that use the landfill, it presents not a very healthy situation. The other thing that I know, and I haven't done the research you've done, but I'm also not working for the Game and Fish and USDA that is implementing this program, is that these birds are very harmful to wildlife in general. They go out and they sit on cows and peck holes in the back of them, and they can kill a cow just by infection. Same with antelope, there's a direct correlation between the reduction of sage grouse population and the increase of these ravens. I was as surprised as you were that that was happening because it wasn't really told to us, to be honest with you. This year, it has been told to us, and I appreciate their heads up, but it's not us doing it. So I might suggest that you approach those folks.
Who's requesting the permits?
The USDA is implementing them. And the
Who's
Game and
requesting
Fish.
the permits?
You know,
though?
I don't know.
Because
wasn't
it
the
would have
council.
to be a city official.
I don't think it would. I think it just has to be, they identify a problem and then they go fix it. And yes, we do have a lot of them that go to the landfill. The last estimate we got for putting doors on the transfer station to replace the ones that have been ripped off over the years, I guess, is over $100,000. We're trying to do rate setting as we speak, and that expense would just add to another problem we have. But we also have, that's not the only part at the landfill that those birds would be attracted to. So
What other parts?
the C&D pit and the don't sit in the back and holler out. That's not acceptable. That is not acceptable. What's true is you're not going to do that. That's true. Okay? The next thing I want to say is that if you want to be effective at changing this or stopping this, approach the Game and Fish or the USDA.
They told me to contact you guys, so that's
Well, I'm sorry, but
conflicting.
we're not the ones doing it. We don't administer it. It's not our program. It is their program.
Okay. So you guys are in charge of the city, right? So what can you guys do to implement it? What have you tried to do besides poisoning?
To be honest with you, I can't answer that. Councilman Garner?
Tom, do you know, are we reporting these birds to the USDA? Did they reach out to us, or do we reach out to them to report these?
The USDA reached out to us.
And then we tell them the number
And
that,
then they come in and they harass the birds.
and try to,
So we've had shotgun blasts. They go out and harass the birds, but within an hour after they're harassed, they come and settle back in.
my next question, Mayor, you stated that the doors have been ripped off. Over the years, do we not have insurance? Can we find out if we have insurance claims on those that could pay to get those fixed and get them back on the building?
We could look, but I believe what we'll find is they were end of life, and I don't think there was the value that would be insured. So I think we'd be looking at a replacement of those and putting those doors in. I don't think insurance would cover that.
They wouldn't cover property
Yeah,
damage or?
Well, I don't think they were so much damaged as they'd aged out. They were just end of life. Deferred maintenance and those things, that haven't been done over the years.
Okay.
And yeah, we are looking, I have a quote here that's over $100,000 is labor to get those replaced.
Have you looked into vinyl draping? Because I know I saw that there was a landfill that was having the same issue in Colorado, and it's pretty cheap. I want to say it was maybe a couple of $1,000s just to get
No, I can tell you it's not. I had a warehouse where we did have the vinyl draping for our ice cooler. And I believe it was 8 foot wide and 10 foot tall, and that particular vinyl draping door was over $2,000 itself.
So it'd definitely be cheaper than 100,000 though.
It would.
And it might be something you guys want to look
But a bird would
into.
go right through it. I'm telling you, it wouldn't stop an animal of any kind, and they're not It wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work. The thing to do is for us to charge more money so we can put in $100,000 more worth of doors. And it could happen. It's not something we're not aware of, but when you're having the kind of financial problems that this city has, it's water systems are a little more important at the moment.
I understand that. I really do understand
sorry,
that.
but that's
I do
just-
think about the city workers, though.
I do, and I think about the wildlife situation, and if it wasn't for the destruction to wildlife, the USDA and the Game and Fish would not be involved. They just, there's a reason they're doing it. It isn't to save our workers, I can tell you that, because that's not their concern. Councilman Garner?
Can you finish the statement about the vinyl doors in Colorado?
Yeah, I don't know if, I want to say it was Gunnison, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I'll have to get you that information. But they did have, I don't know if it was vinyl. It looked like a clear vinyl, like what do you say, like where you go in between like a freezer area. They said that worked. I read it in an article. I've looked at a bunch. I'll have to get you guys my sources that I've cited in here. But I don't remember off the top of my head, but it wasn't $100,000. I'm sure it was a bigger chunk, but definitely.
Yeah, we have 4 huge doors is the problem. But,
Yeah.
and if somebody can give us information that would suffice and be a long-term cure and be less expensive, there isn't anybody here that wouldn't listen to that.
Okay. I know that there are other methods as well, and I would like to maybe speak with you guys or work with somebody to looking at those. I mean, the contraceptive thing has worked quite a bit. I mean, it's not, like I say, the root cause is the doors. So until we get those doors fixed, we're gonna have these problems.
One of the problems with the contraceptives, and I don't know all the laws that go with it, but the ravens are Mexico's national bird, like our golden eagle. That's Mexico's national bird, and that's why it's a protected species. And there are a lot of rules about how you take them, the numbers you can take, how you do it, that sort of thing. I don't know if that would fit into that or not, but there again, that conversation should be had with USDA and the Game and Fish, honestly. I mean, it's a program we're not doing. It's them that are doing it. And yes,
I mean,
it
definitely.
is at our landfill, but
I mean, it's definitely something that the community, the USDA, and the city should be involved in together.
well,
That
and
way there's not
I
the,
think you should approach them, and if you're as insistent to them as you are to us, they will listen to you. And I didn't mean that as a negative remark. That's a compliment if you take it that way or however you want to take it. But that's who's running the program. Just that simple. Okay?
Yep. I mean,
Councilman Weisenberg?
So I understand the raven population and your concern, and it sounds as if the city has provided the information to the USDA that's been asked for. Sounds like the USDA has come out, they've harassed the birds, it has not worked, right? I understand that you say the root cause is just the transfer station. That's not the root cause of a raven population increase, because the oil field is not a transfer station for MS&W waste, so everybody understands that. And the raven population in the Wamsutter, Wyoming area has increased tenfold over the last 10 years, if not more, okay? And at the same time, Carbon County or Rawlins in the landfill here, right? The USDA is coaling them here. They are coaling them in Sweetwater County also at the Wamsutter landfill too. And they do have doors on their place there, but they do take a lot more stuff there too. So it's not, it's a deal that the USDA is focusing across the state, right? a lot of, I believe a lot of it is gonna be on sage grouse population. They are heavily, they get very heavily into the nesting of, and interruption of the eggs, on that. They've done a lot of study, and I believe wildlife in general, that is a big concern for them. That's why they're focusing on the culling. But if they have already done at our landfill a harassment, we're not gonna be able to get a permit to go harass a wildlife. There's just no way, you can't legally do it, right? Game and Fish won't even allow that. So, but I think the city has probably done a lot of due diligence on their part. I don't to help with that, and but so you're aware.
If they
it's
did though,
across.
then we wouldn't be here.
But-
And I understand what you were talking about the other counties, but specifically here in Rawlins, it is the landfill.
But it's not just in Rawlins, I would
I know,
imagine.
but
That's what I'm
Rawlins
saying,
is
it's
our issue,
across
though.
the state that they are doing
Agreed.
this, right? So I understand you live in Rawlins, your concern is Rawlins, but I just want you to be aware, it is across the state that the USDA is doing this. And I can guarantee it is, 100%, okay? I have an email that talks about it happening in Wamsutter. So, just so you're aware.
yeah, I've talked with people up in Wamsutter. Yeah.
All right. If you have nothing new to add,
I don't think so. Other than, I know it seems, I guess, in my opinion, that, we're going to point fingers in other directions, but at some point, we got to think about morality and being ethical and humane. And just because we're not doing the culling doesn't mean that we don't have a responsibility to maybe step up and think about it.
I agree with that. I agree with that statement.
I think that it might be something that you guys as a council look into. I understand that fiscally it might not be feasible to get doors, but I mean, at some point we're going to have to think about our city workers as well.
I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a hand in the back there somewhere.
I just want to clarify
Please come up
something.
front. Please come up front. State your name, sign in, and
Rose Kane, I just want to clarify some things Mr. Weisenberg said. First off, the landfill in Rock Springs is a landfill. It's not a transfer station, so the trash is outside. Same with Wamsutter. Big
Absolutely,
difference.
right? Absolutely. And they have a building that they,
But they don't put trash in it.
so.
Big difference.
But I'm saying they are culling in Wamsutter. 100% off.
all right. Anybody else?
Mike Goff. As Rose Kane just mentioned, Wamsutter's is an open pit, which you're not gonna keep animals out of that regardless. If we have doors, animals have no way to get in. So we took care of one nuisance by getting rid of one type of bird. What is the city doing with the seagulls? Because they're already there now.
I don't
The- the
believe,
sea-
se-
the
I
s-
don't believe seagulls are as aggressively decimating the wildlife as these ravens or
So
the
one of
game
the-
and fish or the USDA
One of the
would be
reasons-
trying, I'm speaking. Or the game and fish
All right.
and the USDA would be just as aggressive towards them.
So as somebody that's out there multiple times a day, I can guarantee you and I can tell you as a fact, the seagulls are more aggressive than the ravens are. When the seagulls come, the ravens go. And soon as the seagulls leave, the ravens come back.
So I need more seagulls.
Do you?
Well, you just said so.
Not just doors, get rid of both of them because their food source would be gone. So then they would move on to Wamsutter, to Rock Springs, Casper. They wouldn't be here if their food source is gone.
That's the same thing with any wild animal. You remove their food source, they start to disappear. Now, granted, not overnight, but if doors were put up, they no longer have a food source. I'm not just talking about the bird excrement, because I don't know if anybody is a bird professional. I can't tell the difference between seagull doo-doo or raven doo-doo. There's a ton of it out there. Nobody can tell me and point out which one is different. So,
Again, I want you to understand, the Game and Fish is not doing that to protect our workers. They're doing that to protect the wildlife.
I understand
And
that.
just the fact of the matter is, added to that,
But if we were able to come up with something at the transfer station to close those doors, whether it's vinyl tarp or actual doors, even if it's during the night hours from 5 p.m. when the dump closes to 8 a.m. when they open.
It's a money thing, Mike.
I get that. But when do we stop kicking the can down the road?
When we get that water line fixed.
So, transfer station / landfill money can go to the water line?
Absolutely not.
So the transfer station, their budget's broke?
I'm not gonna have an argument with you. Councilman Garner?
I think, besides the polling, I mean, I know that's the main issue, but I think for the city, the main issue that we need to mitigate right away is the fact that there is the seagulls and the ravens doo-doo is everywhere, and it's dangerous. It's not good for humans, and the potential that it has should be mitigated immediately. I know trash isn't sanitary in general, but if we have a way or can do so and clean up the mess just by removing that element, we need to. The doors are there for a reason. Just because they didn't get replaced doesn't mean it's not our responsibility to not get them replaced. I would like to see maybe looking into this so that it's going to solve two things. It's going to solve the contamination factor, and then it's going to solve the fact that we're not culling anymore, which is going to make a lot of people happy in Rawlins because it's a big issue right now. I just think if we can do two things at once, it's the way to do it, and we're being asked to do it.
And the aggressiveness of the two birds, the ravens, when you drive a vehicle in there, they fly out of the building. The seagulls do not.
Vice Mayor Sanger?
They will stay there and they will walk up and eat basically the trash at your feet.
I think, I'm gonna take one more comment, Vice Mayor Sanger, and then we're gonna be done.
Okay, so this is a budgetary issue for us.
Right.
So that's better served in a budgetary session than here. I mean, we understand what the issue is. It's just a cost issue. So we should discuss that in the budgetary time that we're gonna be spending, which is a lot.
Which we're going into right now, so.
Right. So we should do that then.
I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there certain times or is there a certain date for budgetary stuff out at
Well,
the?
you're going through every single department, is what we're going through. So, yes, we'll get through each one of them. The landfill being an enterprise fund, it can charge what it wants to accommodate that. Just like water can charge what it wants. If it was a private industry, they could charge you anything they wanted to charge you because now it's a monopoly. But we're not, so it has to be within reason and no profit margin involved. So replacing a $100,000 door goes directly to that budget.
So no profit margin?
Yeah, you
Can be.
can't. Well,
Okay.
when, in a no profit margin, that means that you're planning for growth, you're planning for replacement, you're planning,
Okay.
which we don't do. We don't do well. That's why the water system's the way the water system is.
Thank you.
Councilman Garner, one more, I guess. excuse me, Weisenberg.
Tom, would you please look into maybe, since the USDA is the one, Wildlife Service is the one pushing on this and doing this, can you see what kind of grant options they have possibly? Because, yeah, they might have grant options for doors on the transfer station there too, so that could help out. So if you could look into that.
Okay. Anything else? I will adjourn this meeting at 10:13. And my board dog is annoying.
This